We are absolutely winning right now. Absolutely. We have done more than change the conversation. We changed the balance of power in the federal government.
But Black power starts with Black women. It just does.
Because there are a lot of people in this country who do not like Black women, but Black women are the base of the Democratic Party.
But does anyone see that? No. Does anyone care about that? No. All they see is an aggressive Black girl talking.
Yes, I am.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Make it stop. Make the hurt stop, please. Like,
We need her. We need our weed. I don't wear it, but we need it. I'm sorry. No, 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 no. Why? Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
All right. I want what you white hoes get, and I want it today, ASAP, not tomorrow.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Hit that like button, guys. Mic check. Mic check. Were you there? I was there. I was there. Do you remember? It was a dark time for us all. Stores were closed. Jobs were shutting down. Restaurants had a papers, please policy. You had to prove that you were clean. You weren't one of the infected. They forced you to wear this diaper, this medical talisman around your face, and then make believe that this medical talisman would somehow save you from becoming one of the zombie infected. Do you remember? You guys remember? Do you remember? Look at them. They're saving lives right now. This is them during a global pandemic, saving lives. And the White House put this out, right? This isn't even like one of the homemade General Hospital, I'm going to do this on my lunch break TikToks. No, this is the White House, right? These are probably all paid choreographed actors. They probably don't even have a nursing degree. They would have a crawler at the bottom of your screen with a body count on it, because that's how real it was. Remember the body count crawl? Every day they would announce to us, oh my God, another one passed away. We lost 10 more. We lost an entire building, a whole wing of grandmas. Remember that whole deal? Oh, they even got the firefighters in on it. Wow. Don't you feel stupid now? Looking back at it all, doesn't it feel diabolical? Doesn't it all look a little bit too much? A global trend, really? You see, I can tell those are European firefighters. American firefighters, we aren't there yet. Yeah, no, those are European firefighters. They fight pink and gay fires, bro. They don't really fight real fires like you guys. The nursing medical industry.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
So Donald is taking all these hoes' money away. Donald is taking these hoes' money away. You're gonna have to pay for that nursing degree out your own pocket. Maybe General Hospital will start up a training program. Maybe St. Elmo's will. We're just not there yet. We're just not ready to forget. Me looking at all the weirdos, like, why are you doing this to yourselves? What are you doing? Why do you have this bubble on your face? Like, what's going on? It was a hell of a time to be alive. But that was like 4 years ago. And here we are now, after the debacle. And the other shoe is finally dropping.
The women alongside me here today are among the more than 300,000 Black women who have been pushed out of the workforce since January. This is no coincidence. Again, this is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. This is a direct result of Donald Trump's mass federal firing frenzy and his unrelenting attacks on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Again, we know the adage that when America catches a cold, Black folks catch pneumonia, and that could not be more true for Black women. We have many times over.
I don't know why she's bald. I'm going to go with a personal decision, Carmen. Her baldness is a personal decision. I'm not even going to blame it on alopecia. When a woman has a head that feels like an egg, that's a personal choice. That is not a medical thing. Look, there's makeup on her bald head. The same makeup that's on her face, it now extends it wraps all the way around her head. Look at her face and look at the top of her head. The top of her head and her face have the exact same complexion. And this is also one of the women who brought the Crown Act to you, by the way. We're going to talk about the Crown Act because the Crown Act is everywhere all of a sudden, man. This is one of the women who brought the Crown Act to you. So if she can push out the Crown Act about natural hair, her having a clean egg head is a personal decision. It is a revolutionary act against the patriarchy and European feminist beauty standards.
And the canaries in the coal mine for the most persistent structural inequities in this country, in health and wealth and education, and more. Today, we are seeing an alarmingly high unemployment rate, disproportionately impacting Black women. The Black women's unemployment rate has jumped to 7.5% compared to overall unemployment at a rate of 4.4%.
Wait a minute. I was told by credible authority that percentages are not real numbers. We ain't never gonna let her forget that. This shit is never gonna die on this channel, by the way.
So my question to you is this: when we talking in actual families, real people, why are we talking in percentages instead of real numbers when we're dealing with real people?
Okay, because percentages are real numbers.
No, percentages, dude, that don't even make sense.
Yes, it does.
Percentages are not real numbers.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not.
The main majority of race in this country.
Yes, they are.
White
percentages are not real numbers. Real numbers would be
percentages
0 through 9. Those are real numbers.
I understand that this may be difficult, but percentages are real numbers.
I'm gonna have to tell you that if you have to take a percentage of a number, then you're not talking about raw data. You're not talking about numbers, and
we use percentage to pay our taxes. They are real numbers.
Oh my motherfucking God.
And more. Today, we are seeing an alarmingly high unemployment rate, disproportionately impacting Black women. The Black women's unemployment rate has jumped to 7.5% compared to overall unemployment at a rate of 4.4%.
So Black women's employment rate is Black women's unemployment rate is almost double the national average. I would also argue that because Black women are so heavily represented in government employment at state and federal levels, the fact that the government is now shedding a lot of this, quote, dead weight is a direct result. I mean, it's the direct reason for that. I don't even know how you pretend otherwise. A lot of Black women work for the government, or they work for a quasi-governmental thing. Like when you're talking about hospitals, I haven't looked into this, but I'm almost sure that hospitals require like a little bit of government input to work. A hospital in and of itself seems like a quasi-governmental institution. So whether it's education, healthcare, or just, governmental administrative services, whatever that may be. I think that winter that Kevin Samuels was predicting is nearly upon us, man. It's not quite here yet. I don't think I'll officially be calling it winter. We'll see how 2026 plays out. I'm going to give it another year before I officially call it winter. But it's getting chilly. It is getting chilly. I went outside this morning and it's cold.
This is a 5-alarm fire. It is an emergency. It is a crisis for Black women, for Black families, and Black futures. In Massachusetts, the Black and Latino unemployment rates are the highest they've been in more than 3 years. So that is why I'm calling on the Federal Reserve to adhere to their statutory mandate of pursuing full employment and address this unemployment crisis.
She wants a statutory mandate to hire more Black women. A statutory mandate to hire more Black women.
How do it equivalent?
Don't think she's just joking. They'll do it too. They'll do it. Listen, these broads will make a law about anything. These broads will make a law out of anything, bro. This is why I'm blown away by the Crown Act. I can't believe the Crown Act is such a thing. Look who is giving us a Crown Act, y'all. I can't believe these are our women. I'm not even totally bothered by the chick right here on the right. I mean, she's just a little chubby. That standing next to this fella, she's blameless, all right? I mean, she's even holding a crown. I'm going to let her be. I'm going to let her be, her little chubby self. But standing next to this fella right here, what has become of our women's? Yeah, our women's, all right? I'm getting on a whole pro-blackity vibe right now. You ain't even here. I was simping on Drip Show the other day. I was simping for like an hour and some change. You don't even know. I'm versatile. Bro. I can go left hand, right hand. You never know which direction I'm gonna go with this shit. And all I'm saying is, what happened to all these women, all these Black women? What happened to our women, bro? What happened to our women, bro? I guarantee you, if these were the women that we had in 1939, there would have never been a civil rights movement. If we would have had these women back in the day, niggas would have not walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, bro. If we would have had these women back in the day, niggas would have not fought for justice. We'd have just been like, you know what? We gonna have to figure a way out, bro. We gonna have to work this shit out. Niggas is not fighting for justice with these bros next to us. Ain't no way. This is not a winning team. We might have went back onto the plantation. If these were the women we'd have had back in the days, bro, we might have went back to Mr. Charlie. Like, look, Mr. Charlie. I know y'all have had a big old fight about this freedom thing and all, and that was a good thing you tried to do for us. I feel you, but look at what these bitches are doing, Mr. Charlie. Bro, I'll tell you, if these are the women that we would have had back in the day, we would have redone the whole Civil War, bro. No, we got to get these bitches back. Put them back in the oven. They are not done yet. They are still cooking. I'm telling you, ain't no way we would have had a civil rights movement with these broads, bro. Big fact. Shout out to Jim Eagle, bro. Jim Eagle would have never let this shit happen to us, man. This would have never happened on Jim Eagle's watch, bro.
This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
You say one thing you say whatever you want about Jimmy Eagle, bro, but Jimmy Eagle never had these hoes out of weight, looking all lesbianic and shit, bro. When Jimmy Eagle was at his strongest, man, they were fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative. They push your baby out in the morning, bake a pie in the afternoon, knit a sweater by sundown, bro. Bitches were efficient back in the day. Look at this shit. Look at what we got now. Look at this.
Hi, this is State Representative Latasha D. Mays, and the Senate just passed the Pennsylvania Crown Act. I'm just at a loss for words about how this historic day will change this Commonwealth, and none of this is possible without our Speaker Joanna McClinton. And I'm so grateful to you for all of your support on this journey and every single thing you did to make this happen, because we would not be celebrating today without the Speaker's leadership, and that's why representation matters.
Well, I'm so excited that the crown goes from an idea to on
Who
top
do they
of our
represent?
heads to the governor.
Who do they represent? Who do they represent? I don't feel represented. The Crown Act means nothing to me. I'm about to go get a haircut right now. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to go bald, bro. I think it's time for me to just go bald. You know, almost every man reaches that pivotal moment in his life where he has to decide if he can hang on, if he's going to fake it and never make it, or if he's just going to go full Kojak. I'm going full Sam Jackson, man. I'm gonna go with the Nick Fury Baldy, bro. I'm gonna go full Baldy. It's time. It's time. I took a look at my hair the other day. I was like, oh yeah, I think it's about time. You guys held out as long as you could. Now it's a retreating battle.
Desk for a signature so that it can become law. This journey started in 2019. Shout out to now Congresswoman Summer Lee, who was my co-prime sponsor, and to Adjoa B. Asamoah, who has been the Crown Act Coalition founder. We've had tons of support, and it has been a long journey. But here we are. And
yes, you didn't know, Ash? The Crown Act was about hair. Yes, this is what's ironic about it all. I could have took this whole thing in two different directions, because on the one hand, there's a couple of videos of white women like, oh my God, these black guys are out here murdering us and going away, and they're getting away with it. Why can't we be out here in public without getting murdered by a black dude? And then the black women, their political beef right now is the Crown Act, right? I was going to go in that direction. White girls are like, please don't let the black guys stab me in the neck on the train. And black women are like, please stop touching my hair. I don't think these concerns are, I don't think they have the same gravity. And that was one direction I was going to go with it. But then I was going to make a short video for that. And then, I decided to go live, because going live is just so much easier. It's just a lot more. It's like straight into the veins when you do it live. Plus, the live audience tends to be a little bit more generous than the algorithm.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
our state Senate has voted the bill off the floor overwhelmingly and getting it now to our governor's desk. So stay tuned, because there are more ways for you to be involved. And we thank you all for being a part of the Crown Act Coalition to get this change necessary here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
And the thing about the Crown Act, I could be wrong. I'm kind of spitballing on this, but doesn't the black woman have more hairstyles than anybody ever? I mean, if we're really going to go there, right? Like, think about it, right? Black women don't just have one particular hairstyle. Black women have styles. You feel me? They have like multiple options available. And not only Not only do they have multiple options available, I want to pull, I'm see if I can find this because it's not always easy to find. But I remember seeing an old video from the 90s. It was like the early hell, I don't even have to go back that far. They're still crazy with their hair. But I remember chicks having helicopters in their hair, having parakeets fly out of their weave. Chicks had a SWAT team rappelling down the side of one of her tracks, had a project department on the other side of her head. Chicks had all kind of stuff going on with their hair back in the day, bro. Do you know how hard it is to police infinite hairstyles? So now anything you do with your hair, can't say nothing to me now. It's racism. It's amazing when you think about it. And Trump is out here just totally erasing your entire professional degree, but y'all worried about your hair oppression. I think that was a great 3D chess. We're going to get to that in a minute, but we got to talk about this hair oppression first.
The Crown Act stands for Create a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair. Some Texans, especially people of color, have faced discrimination based upon hairstyle or hair texture. This law ends that discrimination. The Crown Act prohibits discrimination in housing, education, and employment based upon hair texture and styles that are historically associated with race.
He better not ever run for president. This picture will haunt you. This picture will haunt you. And it's not because he's surrounded by black people. Shut up. Get that out of your minds. Get that out of your minds. Bunch of racist assholes. No. It's not because he's surrounded by black people, but almost though, almost. But this is the moment where you bent the knee to the BLM hair agenda. This is you blowing weave. Greg Abbott blows weave.
Texas joins 21 other states in passing a Crown Act. I want to thank Representative Retta Bowers and Senator Boris Miles.
It almost looks like a hostage video. These could be the Talinegroes. These are some Taligros. These are the Taliban Negroes on a hair-hatted jihad.
On getting this law to my desk.
You got. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. Gotta try not to create new slurs, right? I can't help it if my mind thinks in slurs, okay? Some people in their mind, they have normal syntax, English words. Hi, how are you? What's going on? I think in a string of slurs, bro. My mental algorithm is just one slur after another. It's just F-bomb and I can't even say it anymore. You see, I can't even think out loud anymore, man. This YouTube stuff is terrible. I can't even be me. It's not my fault I think in slurs, man. Said that little kid got a knife to his back. That's crazy. If you don't sign these papers, we're never gonna unlock your wheels, Greg. You're gonna be sitting at this table all day. They got his wheels locked. He can't move. He's in a wheelchair, bro. I just realized that. That lady in the white, she got her foot in between the spokes of his wheels. He can't move until he signs the papers, bro. This is a hostage negotiation right here.
The Crown Act is now law in the state of Texas.
I remember when people used to tell me how based Texas was, and I would laugh and laugh and laugh. And then I would remind them about the monkey god statue and the Sharia town that they got building up. You got a monkey god. You have competing hostile religions. They might start a war and has nothing to do with Americans over there. Like the monkey god statue just might fall to jihad one night and we would never even hear about it. Like the shit going on in Texas right now, bruh. I thought you said Texas was based. I thought you told me that Texas was the last bastion of Americana. I thought the Confederacy was gonna fall back and start again in Texas, y'all. They told me the South will rise again from Texas. Whatever happened to that shit? God damn it. Even Texas is gay. Texas is officially black and gay with a Mexican accent.
Today, when I sign the Crown Act into law, that will be the next step in making good on that promise of bringing about real freedom for all Pennsylvanians.
This public policy campaign is my brainchild. In a nationwide effort I have led since 2018. Determining it was necessary.
I can't believe this is like the most important thing for a lot of you broads. Like, and as a dude, not me, because I would never. It's against my religion. But as a dude, how do you feel knowing you voted for this woman and she's on a campaign to fight hair discrimination? Because maybe one day she feels like dreadlocks, maybe another day she wants a blonde, straightened perm, maybe another day she wants to go bald. Maybe a day after that, she wants a high top fade like Kid and Play. Like, as a dude, do you feel like your vote was worth it?
Change the law to help redress the long-standing and problematic practice of racial discrimination in the form of hair discrimination. I subsequently developed the national legislative, social impact, and coalition building strategies for this movement because for too long, a myopic notion of professionalism and Eurocentric standards of beauty.
There it is again, that one-sided war with the white woman.
When I die, I'ma go to Snow Bunny Heaven. Snow Bunny Heaven.
Make it stop. Make the hurt stop, please. Like,
for this movement. Because for too long, a myopic notion of professionalism and Eurocentric standards of beauty have perpetuated racial inequity and exclusion. Too many Black children have been suspended and missed what should be valuable instruction time because their hair, worn in ways that are aligned with their racial identity, have been deemed a violation of school rules.
I am a child.
You know the funny thing about the whole Natural Hair Act? It's almost as if like, isn't blonde, white, straight hair natural? Isn't everybody else's hair natural? I mean, it's like a misnomer of the word. Like you having this dreadlock curly thingy, a dreadlock crown isn't quite natural. Like an afro can be considered a natural thing. Like your hair naturally grows out in something like an afro. A twisted dreadlock crown isn't quite an afro, though.
Growing up in the Virgin Islands with natural hair. Natural hair has been braids, twists, locks all my life. That's all I know. As you know, I still have locks. But wearing my natural hair has been all that I know. But as I opened my salon and spoke to different clients that wear braids, that's telling me, Lorraine, I have to take these braids out. I have a job interview. Or Lorraine, I have to cut my locks down because my job says it's too long. And the recent one was my client who says, Lorraine, They talking about me. I have to do something. I have to cut my locks because of my job. You know, they saying it's unprofessional to have locks. And I'm like, wow.
Look, we know that this is an issue that disproportionately affects Black Pennsylvanians who wear their hair in protective styles like locks and natural braids.
Oh, now it's a protective style. Are dreadlocks bulletproof, bro? I hate that phrase, protective style, bro. Your cornrows are not bulletproof. What are you protecting with dreadlock? Are you protecting your scalp? They got the white man saying protective scalp, bro, like protective styles. I hate this whole, oh my God. What are you protecting? Wear a helmet, right? Wear one of them leather football helmets from back in the day. Remember the original football helmet? It was just like a leather bucket. Just wear the leather bucket.
Or twists. And it can manifest itself in a number of different ways, from someone getting fired simply because of how they look, or maybe someone getting passed over for a job because of the way they wear their hair.
Shout out to Governor Shapiro. We need to point out his uncanny allegiance to the Black community. You know, Shapiro's love Keisha. It's a historical fact. Look it up. Shapiro's love Keisha.
Unacceptable. And in a moment, it will be illegal.
Thank you.
Representative Mays,
Yes.
that's for you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, that is for you. And this is the Crown Law.
Shapiro loves Keisha. That's about all I'm going to say about that.
There's some natural hair in the true state, child.
And Lorraine Seeley-Ruley loves every strand.
I love the feel, the texture.
It's why she opened Island Design Natural Hair Salon in Parkside. But not everyone feels free to embrace their natural hair the way she does.
We have been so conditioned to wear our hair pressed or weaves just to make society or ourselves feel good.
Because discrimination based on hair is a reality.
Someone getting fired simply because of how they look.
And now it's illegal in Pennsylvania.
The Crown Law.
Governor Josh Shapiro signed the Crown Act into law. It outlaws discrimination based on a person's hair. It took 7 years of pushing to pass the legislation in Pennsylvania.
Now, isn't there an argument to be made that a person's physical appearance does have a bearing on the company's overall outlook? Like, if you have a physical appearance that other people take as generally off-putting, you know, you appear outside of the norm, and if that lowers your customer interaction, like if people don't want to shop at your Chick-fil-A because there's a big Black dude with Sideshow Bob hair handing out chicken sandwiches in the parking lot, I mean, do you not have a right as a Chick-fil-A owner to be like, all right, Sideshow Bob, you're gonna have to make a choice, right? Shout out to True Hype with the 5-ball. What's crazy is they all will have their particular hairstyles no matter what, because who's gonna check them, boo? So why did they need a law? I didn't realize they needed a law. And not only that, but this is my issue, right? Corporate America is a conformist environment by nature. And what they're really saying is that they didn't want to have to conform to corporate America.
Led by House Speaker Joanna McClinton.
They will not look at your hair and decide you can't work here.
And the bill's primary sponsor, State Representative Latasha Mays.
We are changing the trajectory.
It's another funny looking broad. Is that the same funny looking broad from the other video? I can't tell. These funny looking broads, they be starting to look alike. This is not an image that makes the boys. Your milkshake doesn't bring any boys to the yard. I just don't know how else to put it to you. Her milkshake never brought any boys to the yard. She looks like one of the boys sniffing around for milkshakes.
Of the future of our children.
The Crown Law places hair in the state.
She doesn't even look like the type of chick that's in the children, though. I mean, I could be wrong. You know, studs be getting knocked up. It's weird, but she just doesn't look like she's really into kids. Is it me? Am I the only one who's getting that vibe? She doesn't look like she's all that kid-friendly.
How dare you say that we are not interested in families in the Black community?
Same protected class as race under the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, a relief for people like Tanya Edmonds, who didn't always feel free to wear her hair the way she wanted.
I gauge it depending on who I'm working for, like who's my supervisor.
With bipartisan support, Pennsylvania is the 28th state to have a Crown Law. The woman behind the now nationwide push is a Philadelphia native.
It was necessary to change the law to help redress the long-standing and problematic practice of racial discrimination in the form of hair discrimination.
You know, I got in trouble the other day, Dolomite. I was over on the Witch Doctor channel, and I made a point. Well, it was an observation about just the general state of humanity. You live life long enough, you notice certain things, right? And I pointed out to Witch Doctor, and somebody had made the comment, I guess, that you can't always tell if a person's stupid until they start talking. And I was like, I don't know about that, Witch Doctor. I think stupid definitely does have a look. And I don't even mean like Down syndrome, Dolomite. I don't mean like an obvious genetic malformation. I mean, like, there are people, if you just look them in the eye, if you just take a casual glance at them, you can tell their IQ count is just a handful short. Like, they're not absolutely dysfunctional mentally, but they ain't never gonna do anything really complex for a living either. There is a look to it. I'm sorry, there's a look. And at a certain point, are we gonna outlaw the stupid look? Because you see the girl with the funny colored jacket and the glasses, the unmotherly looking black chick. She kind of got the stupid look. I'm sorry. You don't look all that bright. The glasses are a cope. They're probably not even prescription. This is literally only voted for you because you're a black woman type shit. I guarantee you there's very little going on in there. I'm willing to bet all of my lunch money in my pocket right now. There is nothing much going on up there. Says she looks hungry. She's thinking about what she had. What if she didn't eat breakfast today?
So with a celebratory hair flip,
I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of this.
Pennsylvania sends a message.
No matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love, who you pray to, or how you wear your hair, you belong here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
News that this salon owner can't wait to share as she teaches others to love their hair.
It's your crown. Why not wear it?
The Crown Act goes into effect in 60 days. Now, under the new law, complaints of discrimination will be filed with the Pennsylvania Human Rights Commission. There's also a push to make this a federal law. In Parkside, Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News. Brian?
Okay.
Oh, boy. So, what's going on with the Nursepocalypse, y'all? Did you hear? Did you hear?
Uh-oh. The Department of Education doesn't think that nurses are professionals. That sounds dramatic. It also sounds so insulting, but it's just not true. And let me explain. Nurses are professionals. CRNAs, professionals. NPs, DNPs, all professionals. None of that is changing, not even a little bit. What is changing is the thing that universities hope that you wouldn't notice. The federal government is finally turning off the unlimited money hose. For years, graduate programs could charge any tuition they wanted because the government would always let students borrow enough to cover it. No cap, no limit, no financial pressure, and schools took full advantage. $80,000 programs became $150,000, $120,000 programs became $200,000 programs. Tuition rose faster than inflation, wages, and the cost of actually providing that education. Not because it cost that much to train, but because they knew that you.
Carmen, that is just mean, Carmen. Carmen, that is just mean. Call that girl a conehead.
Doesn't think that nurses
She is a nice girl. There's a nice looking girl. But damn, you're not wrong though. It's the shape of the weave. And I gotta tell you, this is a Grand Canyon part right here. Like that, like the walls of her part are like the Grand Canyon right there. There is a chasm up there. But y'all gotta stop picking on her, all right? She is cute and I like her. God damn it.
Uh-oh. The Department of Education doesn't think that nurses are professionals. That sounds dramatic. It also sounds so insulting, but it's just not true. And let me explain. Nurses are professionals. CRNAs, professionals. NPs, DNPs, all professionals. None of that is changing, not even a little bit. What is changing is the thing that universities hope that you wouldn't notice. The federal government is finally turning off the unlimited money hose. For years, graduate programs could charge any tuition they wanted because the government would always let students borrow enough to cover it. No cap, no limit, no financial pressure, and schools took full advantage. $80,000 programs became $150,000, $120,000 programs became $200,000 programs. Tuition rose faster than inflation, wages, and the cost of actually providing that education.
So think about this. Not only were the schools just charging you any old thing, all right? You want to be a nursing tech? $85,000, all right? You want to do toes at the strip mall? $94,000, right? Like the schools are just charging these broads anything for whatever. And then not only were the schools charging outrageous amounts of money, a lot of these girls weren't even paying the money back. And so because they're essentially government-backed loans, meaning you're guaranteed a payment, the government's the one holding the bag ultimately with all of this, right? Because you know how chicks are. They don't be paying their bills all the time.
Not because it cost that much to train, but because they knew that you could borrow that much money. Unlimited loans equal unlimited tuition hikes. Now, here's the part that you need to hear. When you remove unlimited borrowing, the government says no more blank checks. There's a limit now. Suddenly, the schools have a big problem because without unlimited federal loans, students can't cover sky-high tuition. Enrollment drops.
Oh, what happens to the most educated? Will they still maintain their artificial title of the most educated once the money runs out? Because, you know, you can't do nothing without Zaddy's money, right? All of Black Girls Magic is made possible by Zaddy's money. It really is.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
Shout out to Stephen Carter with the 20 ball. Hood doing the Lord's work as usual. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, we are audience supported here. I have a father who's passed away. I've never been supported by Zaddy. I wouldn't know what it's like.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Shout out to all these bros chasing Zaddy's last dollar. Zaddy's dollars are drying up, y'all. It's almost over for Zaddy's dollars, y'all.
A lot of people seem to not understand me.
Science proves that the Black woman is God. We're not just saying that.
And the Black and Latino woman, they manifested themselves out of dark matter energy. All right.
I believe the Black woman is God.
Black woman, God. I don't believe God, no man. I believe God, a black woman.
The black woman is God.
But my number one subject matter is the black woman is God. That's first and foremost.
Black woman is God.
The black woman is still God.
You're God, black woman.
The black woman is God. She is the creator. She is the sustainer. She is the provider. She is the first teacher of the children. She is everything to the black race.
But don't get it wrong. I am still a white man's whore.
And yes, Chocolate Bunny, I know how that goes. Chocolate Bunny says no lies because my dad gave me an allowance till he passed $100 every week. I told y'all I dropped my oldest off to college a while ago, first semester in college, and she got her little campus bullshit job or whatever. And I was already sending her a little bit of money. I told her when she left, here, open up this little bank account thing. I'm gonna make sure you get money if you need anything. Not gonna have you out there in the wind struggling for whatever. So anytime she asks me for whatever, and it's not even like she asks all the time, but anytime something comes up, here, $50, $100, $75, whatever, here. You take that and you stay happy. You do whatever it is you need, because I will not have you falling on Zaddy. That's the last thing I need, is for you to start believing in Zaddy. Shout out to my man Ice with the 5-ball. This crazy crap needs to stop now. Listen, man, we're going to hit it one more time. This crazy crap needs to stop now.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
None of these niggas have motion except for me. There has to be one real nigga left in America, in this damn country.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Revenue drops, and institutions are forced to face the reality that they've been avoiding. Their prices are unsustainable. And that is why caps exist, not to downgrade nursing, not to insult anyone's profession, but to finally put pressure on institutions that have had zero incentive to lower tuition as long as students can borrow unlimited debt. Let me say this even louder for you.
Okay, we have a question from the audience. My man Clarence would like to know, if the money dries up for black women, how does that help black men? Well, two things. One, black men aren't nearly as government dependent as black women are. And so the money drying up for them doesn't really equate the same as it does for black men. Now, on the lower end, like the dudes who get food stamps, the dudes who are already bumming it and all that, like, if you're in the baby mama category, things are going to get tight for you anyway. But if you're a guy who's in, like, a lot of black dudes are in the blue collar industries. A lot of men just are in blue collar industries. The blue collar stuff is not really going to struggle as much as like the government related stuff. Government sector stuff is just taking a big hit right now. And so although black men are not totally unfazed by the unemployment thing, black male unemployment is a little higher than the statistical average. I mean, the national average. I think black men are still going to be in a stronger position economically, because a lot of these guys don't have to drag the family along with them. It's just a fact of male life.
Without unlimited borrowing, schools must address affordability. Not maybe, not if they feel like it, they have to. Because students can't borrow $150,000 anymore, so schools can't charge $150,000 anymore, period. So stop getting mad at the wrong thing. Don't be mad that the government is limiting catastrophic debt. Be mad that institutions built their business models on students drowning in it. Be mad that when faced with the choice between affordable education and bloated tuition, they chose profit every single time. This new system is not punishing nurses. It's finally holding schools accountable. And if anything, it's the first real chance that we've had in years to push tuition back into reality. So let's focus. Let's aim our outrage in the right direction. Let's demand that institutions charge what education is actually worth, not whatever students can borrow, because nurses are professionals. They always have been, and they always will be. The cost of becoming one, though, should not require a lifetime of debt. I hope that helps.
So You're going to have to find another way to get your nursing degree. Clarence asked, if it doesn't help Black men, why do we care? I'm a simple dude. I have simple needs, bro. I don't have like a grand master plan. You know, I'm like a dog chasing a car. I wouldn't know what to do with it if I caught it. But I'll tell you why I care.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
Oh, what is going on? You just ruined my smooth transition here. Come on, y'all. What is this? What is this? Come on. Get it together, people. Get it together, people. Had a perfect transition set up. Clarence gave me a great alley-oop. Goddamn technology just crippled me. You see that? There are no edits in live entertainment. There are no do-overs in a live show. Can't take it from the top one more again.
As costs for a college degree continue to go up, it may soon be harder for some to receive enough federal student loan money to complete that degree.
And not Clarence, it's not really a gender war thing, bro. It's the news, brother. We are covering news and politics, brother. You can gender war if you like. We need not gender war. We're just talking about the news, man. And now, if the fabric of reality is giving gender war, I don't know what to do about that.
After the Department of Education handed down new rules last week regarding which degrees are considered professional and which aren't.
This all goes back to the big, beautiful bill passed earlier this year that stipulates only, quote, professional degrees are eligible for higher federal student loan limits, and those that are classified as professional will be capped. That has some major industries sounding the alarm. Under the new guidelines, degree paths like nursing, education, architecture, social work, and accounting are not considered professional degrees. And as Jennifer Mensick can...
Now, I'm blown away by the architect thing. All right, because nursing, physician assistant, physical therapy, not totally sure what an audiologist is. I imagine it has something to do with going deaf and hearing. Accountants and educators and social workers. Now, accountants and architects, I don't know why those wound up on this list. I mean, maybe they somehow fall into the same negative categories as far as like people paying exorbitant rates for these degrees. And then also, I can't imagine no accountants and architects not paying their loans back. Like accountants in particular, I just can't imagine graduating a bunch of accountants and they don't pay their bills back. So I don't even understand how those two made it on the list. Like, how is an architect not a professional degree? Like, why is the government dropping architecture? But I mean, not that the government needs to sponsor architects. Like, what? Like, I don't think the Roman Colosseum needed the government to pay for architecture, right? The people just learned how to do this shit somehow, some way.
The president of the American Nurses Association explains that could have ripple effects.
They capped at $100,000 lifetime, $20,000 per year. And so nursing school does cost much less. Only federal loans qualify for repayment programs, such as public service loan forgiveness and some of those rural health loan forgiveness programs, where we have nurses, advanced practice nurses, going into rural communities and serving for so many years to get their loans repaid. Only federal loans qualify for that. So if some individual needed to get private loans, it would not qualify for any of those repayment programs. This is devastating.
Following the announcement from the DOE, many on the left have taken the internet to express their outrage. Connecticut Representative Joe Courtney writes on X, in part, at a time when our country has a shortage of nurses, the Trump Department of Education's new rule excluding nurses as a, quote, professional degree will suffocate entry of RNs, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants into our hospitals, clinics, and healthcare system. It will deny students the opportunity to pursue rewarding careers and is an insult to every hardworking nurse who cares for, heals, and consoles patients every day.
No, what that means is a lot of these women who got knocked up in a bad situation and now they finally want to get their life together. You just closed off a major avenue for a lot of these chicks, bro. Let's keep it a buck. The nursing field has been like the lifesaver for generations of strong, independent broads out here, man. And a lot of it has come because, you know, the money was easy to access. And now, not so much money out there on the table no more. What happens to black girl magic when the white man's money runs out?
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. You lazy. No more money for you.
Economic indicators are all around us.
And Democratic Senate candidate for Kentucky, Amy McGrath, wrote in her own post, programs being excluded include many fields dominated by women, like healthcare, counseling, and social work. This isn't a coincidence. This is a way to quietly push women out of professional careers. Limiting who can pursue advanced degrees in critical professions will only deepen the workforce shortages we're already facing.
Now, to answer Clarence's original question directly, how does this affect black men? How is this good for black men? The most feminist women, the most politically aggressive, misandrous, anti-man women are the professional, educated class of women. And what Trump is doing right now, and God bless the Orange Fuhrer, Trump is waging a gender war from the presidential office. He is waging war from the highest level right now. He just kneecapped a front line of feminist activists. This is a powerful move against the empire.
But Professor of Education Policy Studies at Penn State, Kevin Kinzer, argued to Newsweek that there may be a fiscal advantage to the new rules, saying, quote, it is to limit the exposure of the government to loans that will not be repaid, whether because of default or through public service loan forgiveness policies. So the list includes professions that generally result in high salaries and neglect professions that have lower earnings or less prominence. As for the DOE, they're standing by the change, arguing in a statement it will pressure universities to lower tuition and not push students into excessive debt.
It's almost like payback for generations of I'm strong and independent and I don't need no man. It's almost like payback for generations of I can do it myself. I don't need you. I got this.
The department is also addressing concerns from nurses, telling CBS that 95% of nursing students won't be impacted by the borrowing cap. Quote, as for the most expensive outlying 5% of enrolled students are grandfathered into current lending limits to ensure there are no barriers to completion. The new classification is set to take effect starting in July of next year. I think this is absolutely called for. We can't have this system go on. The federal student loan system has to be significantly reformed, if not abolished outright. We are seeing very clearly what the result is. It's way too many people who have unsustainable levels of debt, particularly if they don't finish college. We are tricking them. We are saying, oh yeah, take out all this debt, go massively into debt for a college degree. And the colleges love this because that allows them to raise the price, because it's not competing in a market system. Whereas if they charge too much, then you can go to some other college that charges less because the government's paying it on the front end. It's not till years later you realize, holy, can't say the word, I can't believe I have to pay this back. I'll never get a job that can pay this back. Then they're mired in debt. Being mired in debt is a bad circumstance. It affects you in all sorts of ways. And then you're reliant on the government to maybe forgive your loan. It's a broken system. You can't have the government subsidize the cost of it while also exercising no control over the price of the service. That makes no sense at all. It clearly correlates, and multiple studies have shown it correlates with the increase in tuition. Universities can charge whatever they want.
You know, it's kind of funny to me. And of course, the white guy, you know, with his glasses, and he's holding his blue pen, like he just scribbled down some calculations right here off camera. He's got a little notepad probably in front of him. He's just doing the math really quickly, like, you know, X amount of trillions, Y times years, and oh my God, this is never going to work. Like, he probably just did the math really quickly. Didn't even need the pen. He ran the numbers in his head, honestly. And so he's just like, no, you just can't. This is not going to work, right? I wonder what direction his black female co-host is going to go. Remember Brianna Greyjoy? I think she was the original black female co-host. She was way too woke for this job, so they had to get another one. Second verse, same as the first?
Because you're not paying it directly. You are paying it eventually, indirectly. It's a system that makes no sense at all. That's why I fought so hard against Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Like, I understand that I feel bad for people stuck in this system, but you can't say we're going to do this one-off forgiveness and then keep the system intact that puts people in this debt. If you're saying this is a bad system and we've ruined so many people's lives, well, then get rid of the system. How can you argue this? We'll be right back to having this many people in debt in a few short years unless you change the system.
Well, I think that you're right. There is a problem with the system, but I don't know that starting with the federal loan program is the place to start.
That's what causes the problem.
No, the cost of college is the biggest issue in this whole entire circular issue here. Like, college is very expensive, and for people to try to achieve this idea of the American dream, it's completely unattainable. So
Keisha needs the American dream, y'all. Don't take the American dream away from Keisha.
when you start with cutting off and not labeling things like people who go to school for nursing degrees and things as not professional, now you're isolating an entire group of people that maybe perhaps it does cost too much for them to go to college and follow.
Feelings, nothing more than feelings. True Hype with the 5-ball. I remember seeing a long time ago the amount of people that don't finish a degree that took student loans, yet we not crying for them. Bruh, listen, Biden tried to solve this problem with the student loan forgiveness thing, which was basically a big money dump, and I don't think he got it through. And now Trump is like, it's never going to happen. You know, maybe you have to pay your loans out, but here in the future, we're just going to stop giving out this money. How about that? Even if you never pay your government debt off, fine, so be it. It is what it is. Whatever happens to you happens. We're just going to stop this part of the business. And then here's, Keisha on the Hill. No, don't take my money. I don't feel magical anymore.
Through the degrees, but now also we're making people not perhaps want to go into that field. And this is a struggling area where there's always a need for more nurses. There's always a need for more of these people in these fields. And we're kind of isolating them. Physician assistants, physical therapists. These are healthcare industry jobs that are always recruiting for the most part, particularly nursing. I know that for sure.
You know, the educators thing, like, I don't want to let educators off the hook. I'm not going to let educators go by. Like, the schools are totally captured. We don't need y'all. We don't need to be paying y'all to do this to the kids anymore. All these BLM educators. It's like a BLM program in Texas.
What is it, BK?
My Brother's Keepers.
When was it founded?
2014.
When?
2014.
By who?
Barack Obama.
Who?
Barack Obama.
For what?
To help young men and girls transition from one life stage to another.
Why, Zion?
To help young men transition from one life stage to another.
Why, Kimo?
To help young men of color transition from one life stage to another.
What was it founded by?
Barack Obama.
Why do we?
Is he like a Mexican or an Indian? What do you suppose? What do you think that kid's ethnic origin is? Because he is now in the Obama militant cult here. Look at him. It's like some type of frat thing, and there's like a drill squad or something like that. But is he a Mexican or is he like a South Asian? I'm curious though. I don't know. I'm curious, like, because One of these kids looks like, one of these kids is not like the other, is all I'm
Stand in
saying.
V formation.
Because we have each other's backs.
I didn't want to convince him. Why do we stand in V formation?
Because we have each other's backs.
Why do we stand in circles?
Because we're all leaders.
Is Africa a continent or a country?
Continent.
How many countries?
Of course, you got to teach them about Africa. Mama Africa.
Countries in Africa?
55.
Why?
Because the man was split into two.
Why?
Because the man was split into two.
Zion, what's your mama name? Number 7.
Yeah, these teachers don't need much money either. If this is what you're doing with your education, we might as well cut that money off.
Because there's constantly people and ads and everything that say at hospitals that are looking for nurses. So that should be obvious. And when we're facing national shortages, I don't know that to start with the people that are struggling the most with the financial debt to say, oh, well, we're going to not serve you anymore because to the right wing, I think, commentator that you read their quote that it's going to save money because they'll never pay them back. The issue is that they can never pay them back. Not that we don't want the same amount of nurses. We still want to keep those physician assistants and nurses and have people be able to pursue those things. But college has gotten wildly out of control and it's unattainable to the average American.
Of the student loan program.
No, I don't know that that's the only reason that college is out of control.
It's not the only reason, but I've seen studies suggesting it's responsible for as much as 50%.
So tuition has doubled. Tuition
price.
Doubled in the last 30 years. Public university tuition's up 30% in the last decade.
Yeah.
Okay. Many programs increase their tuition by 4% each year.
Yeah.
Is that necessary? Is that only because of student loans? And I think if you cap it at a certain number, then that's where we can start to make change. Like, what are these colleges? They're now.
See, she's using the socialist theory. Like, we can just tell them not to charge whatever they charge, but that's just not how market economics work. They charge what they think they need to charge. And if they feel like they can charge more money, that's what they'll do.
Now asking for federal funds, which I know that you criticize all the time. They're now asking for donations because I get an email every month from Temple University. I don't know about your school, but for
University
most part,
of Michigan. Oh yeah, alumni services.
And I know plenty of alumni are giving millions of dollars.
Those panhandlers can move right along. They're not going to.
You don't give a dime?
No.
Did your college not change your life?
Oh God, I have no mock I liked the University of Michigan. Go Blue. I root for the Wolverines, but they don't need my money. They're getting government money.
Said perfectly. They don't need my money. They're getting government money. You could use that sentence in a lot of areas in life. Help me out, chat. Name some examples in life where you could say that phrase and be 100% accurate. They don't need my money. They're getting government money. This is why I don't really give to the homeless, because almost all of them have an EBT card. They don't need my money. They're getting government money. This is why I don't like to buy fruit from the little Ecuadorian bitches on the highway. I'm not paying $5 for your little quinepas or whatever. You don't need my money. You're getting government money. This is why you don't do favors for random quiches. She don't need my money. She's getting government money.
Out of the kindness of my heart, no.
And part of this, when you think about the list of the people that are getting isolated, we're artificially devaluing certain professions just by saying that they're not professional. We're putting this memo out that President Trump and his team say that you're not professional because you won't have enough money to pay back this loan. So the job is not important and adequate. And
Lindsay, you understand? Let's say I'm interested in procuring your services. You own a media production company, right? And I need.
Oh no, I thought he was gonna say something else. I thought he was gonna say something else. I'm sorry. What services did you want to procure? Hold on. You totally threw me off. I didn't know what direction he was gonna go there.
I understand. Let's say I'm interested in procuring your services. You
$40. Let's say I have a 40 ball. Okay. Let's say theoretically I have a 40 ball. All right. If you're unaware of what a 40 ball is, I have 2 crisp, fresh. They smell like clean money. I have 2 crisp, fresh, brand new, clean $20 bills. All right. I have not one, but 2 of them. I have 2 crisp, clean $20 bills, and I want to know what you want to do for this 40 ball.
What you trying to do for this 40 ball? I got drinks, I got weed, bitch, I got it all. I'ma hit you up at 3 when I'm getting off. You ain't heard about me, bitch, I'm getting off.
I thought he was going to go in a whole other direction. I thought it was about to be a 40 ball conversation on the Hill. I mean, because, you know, we are in the Nursepocalypse. Professional chicks, they having a rough time right now. You know, the last girl that had your job, she's struggling for tips right now on our little podcast. I don't even know. I don't even know if we want to talk about the last girl that had your job. So all I'm saying is, like, if I wanted to procure your services, you feel me? If I wanted to hire you for a thing,
in not important and adequate and
Lindsay,
necessary.
you understand how, let's say I'm interested in procuring your services. You own a media production company, right? And I need to purchase the services of a media production company.
Okay.
But there are other media production companies, so you're competing with those, and you know, you charge something. But then the government has a program. Robbie, we'll pay you we'll give you $1 million to procure media services. I'm like, oh, okay. And then you just pay it back later. Like long time. Don't worry about it. Okay. What's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to raise the price of your media services because I just got an extra $1 million to pay for it. That's what
oh my God. He's trying to explain numbers to her. Like Carmen, he is trying to like dumb it down. And you know what, right now, you know what she's thinking? As he's explaining as he's explaining just economic theory basically to her, right? He's explaining economic theory. And you know what? I guarantee you this is what's going through her mind right now as he's explaining economic theory. I can see it in her face. Look at her face real quick.
Price of your media services because I just got an extra $1 million to pay for it. That's what I mean, it's as simple as that.
You know he's right, but in your mind, all you can hear.
So my question to you is this: when we talking in actual families, real people, why are we talking in percentages instead of real numbers when we're dealing with real people?
Okay, because percentages are real numbers.
No, percentages, dude, that don't even make sense.
Yes, it does.
Percentages are not real numbers.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not.
The main majority of race in this country.
Yes, they are.
White
percentages are not real numbers. Real numbers would be
percentages
0 through 9. Those are real numbers.
I understand that this may be difficult, but percentages are real numbers. We use
I'm gonna have to tell you that if you have to take a percentage of a number, then you're not talking about raw data. You're not talking about
our percentages
numbers, and we
use percentage to pay our taxes.
Percentages
they are real numbers.
Oh my motherfucking God!
The government floods it with money. You can raise the price.
As somebody who paid back,
it's not complicated.
I paid back my loans in full. Like in full. It took me a long time into my 30s to pay back my.
And that's that is a worthy achievement.
But that's what I'm
a
saying.
lot of people.
Like, my parents couldn't afford to pay for me flat out to go to a private university out of state. And so if there wasn't an opportunity to access those loans because my degree, let's say journalism, all of a sudden is not professional to the president, well, then what does that to do? Then I can't pursue this thing.
But 40 years ago, you could.
No, and most people in journalism can't afford to pay back their loans in full. They're in the same situation because if you talk.
Yeah, like we really need more journalists. I mean, really, you're going to have to come up with something a little bit more like sympathetic. Like nobody's really feeling journalisms right now.
about local markets actually writing and some of the jobs that are available for people that study journalism, then it's not high paying.
We got to go, but I would just say that 40 years before the student loan system had wrecked this, you could work and pay your...
I know, right? I forgot. I do journalism too. I do all kind of journalisms. I didn't even go to college. I went to Job Corps.
Way through not every single college in America, but much more so, and get a good education and get a good paying job because of that than you could today.
We could also require
before
these
40 years of loan
to
distortion
raise the prices that they pay people so that people have enough money
No,
to pay back their
that'll
loan.
never
That's
work.
also
Absolutely
another option.
No. Up next, Bill Maher and Laura.
That was fun.
Thanks to Trump and his bitch ass administration.
Oh no, come on, already? Not with the sad music. Come on, you killing me already. Already, man. Like the video, people. Like the video. She's having a hard day. She never thought it would be like this, man. Shout out to True Hype with the $2. People used to work part-time to work through college. Big facts, man. Big facts. Whatever happened to that?
Come on, share your dollar. Give me your dollar. Share your dollar with me. Come on.
I mean, I actually make a whole other asymmetric point, bro. A lot of these people don't have much support network already. It's like a lot of women, you know, when you're coming out like low income, the ghetto, the projects, rough neighborhoods, rough social circles, you don't really have a lot of the social safety net. And so you really do want the government to step in and help out as much as possible. And so it's like for a lot of these women, it is kind of a hand up into the next economic ladder.
Thanks to Trump and his bitch ass administration, I have to drop out of school. Yep, you heard me correctly. I have to drop out of school. And if you're wondering why, the reason is y'all president decided to not only take my degree, but take pretty much most degrees that women and people of color, the degrees that we mainly get.
Women of color and gay activists, you know, women of color and gay activists most affected.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
I guess he is my president now.
He's now deeming them as non-professional degrees, which at first I was like, who gives a shit? Fuck him and his opinion. No, this shit way deeper than his opinion, because what happened is he cut funding for these non-professional degrees. And mind you, I'm in a whole ass doctoral program. But since, you know, y'all president...
She was gonna be a doctor. Not a medical doctor, but like a doctor of weave or something. She's gonna be a weaveologist. She's gonna be a doctor in advanced weave theory. I bet you she was studying the heart of the universe to discover if weave was in fact the invisible filament holding matter together.
And just got bored and he couldn't find shit else to do. Said, why work on world hunger? Why work on equal rights? I'm gonna make shit even more uneven than what the fuck it's already been. I'm gonna take all the degrees women and black people get, and I'm gonna make them non-professional. And like I was saying, he cut the funding. So here's how it goes. You only get a limited amount of funding for a non-professional degree program.
She felt like she about to have an asthma attack, bro. She really do sound like it's all over, bro. She is about to have an asthma attack. I can't breathe.
I'm done. I'm done with life. And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Which is not a lot. So yeah, now I gotta drop out of school. I am not happy about this at all, but I don't have a choice. So yeah, fuck Donald Trump.
Oh, come on, sweetie. Potty mouth. Oh, come on. We didn't need that. You ain't got to do all that.
What up, Nurse Gang? What up, TikTok? So I just want to come through with a quick word really quick. Now, I'm responding this morning because over the weekend, my responses to this video in my head were Kanye Tupac level. That's the type of rant I was going to go on. But then I just came down and now I'm kind of like here at like Jay-Z. And speaking of Jay-Z, in the words of Sean Carter, he once said, "Do not argue with a fool, because from afar, people can't tell who is who." And that's how I feel about the people who are making videos saying that the Department of Education's decision about the profession of nursing is good for us, one, and for two, shouldn't really matter. It's frivolous. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change things. Some people have been so delusional. This is the main rhetoric I'm seeing, to believe that tuition is going to be drastically lowered because of the faucet being turned off. Actually making videos. And I said I wasn't going to put any of these people in my videos because they're just stupid. But I mean, I saw a surgeon making a video saying, "Oh, why do you guys shouldn't care. So what? They don't call you professionals. It was never actually classified as a professional degree anyway." Listen, and you guys saying this is clickbait. We're all doing this for clickbait. Listen, our main association, the American Nurses Association, was the first organization to speak out against this. If it didn't matter and it was frivolous, they wouldn't be putting out a press release. These are some of the smartest nurses in the nation that work for that organization.
Not the smartest nurses in the nation. Oh my God. The smartest nurses in the nation are upset. What are we ever gonna do, Lord? Cafe as bueno with the $2. I'm thankful for mad hoes. Yes. I hope you all said a prayer and thanks for mad hoes yesterday.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
More about the direction this is heading in for nursing than the surgeon does, or a teacher who spoke out saying, it's because it's been unlimited student loans, which is not true. There always was a cap. There always was a cap on how much you can borrow for each degree. It never was true that student loans totally covered everything. For my graduate programs, I had to pay out of pocket for some. In some semesters, I ended up paying out of pocket. That's neither here nor there. But this is the type of delusional thinking that sets us back. Nursing, let me make this very clear for you. Nursing was never...
Is that a left hand with no ring on it? Her hand's moving kind of quickly, so help me out, guys. Has anyone spotted a wedding ring? And confirm that would be her left hand, no? That is where the wedding ring, that is where the wedding ring would appear should she have one.
Listed as one of the professional degrees. I see you guys going to Google and putting that up there, that it just was medicine and dentistry and law or whatever the case may be. That's fine. But it was never purposely, it always was treated as a professional degree. So we didn't have any problems when it came to graduate nursing because it was always treated as a professional degree. Now they have specifically said this is not a professional degree.
just to be clear, there is a 0 ring check. Multiple degrees, 0 rings confirmed.
Now they have specifically said this is not a professional degree. Now it's a shame that we had to break that down to y'all. They specifically said that it's not. It's always been out there. We're treating this as a profession. No, it's not actually classified as one, but we had no cap on loans. We had no issues because they were always treating it as that. Now they have specifically said no to the profession of nursing. The fact that you people think you're so delusional and you really think that this administration is doing something because it's good for us. They're going to make tuition lower. Y'all are the people, the reason why we in this dumb shit with Trump now to begin with, that we have to fight hard because of your thinking like that. Have you guys not been here the same since January like the rest of us? Nothing this administration has done has been good for Americans. Nothing in that big, beautiful bill is helping any working class Americans. Like, would you guys stop? And if you're not going to get behind us and sign the petition and, be supportive, don't make videos making it seem like we're all delusional and this is something not to be worried about and spreading that rhetoric around. Mind your goddamn business.
What if I make a live stream low-key laughing at the whole thing? All right. How about, is that fair? I won't make a video, but I'll do a live stream where I make funny comments and play funny sound effects and drop funny videos like this.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Especially if you're not a nurse. But the fact that I'm seeing nurses in the comments, I saw y'all in the comments, this is good. I had to pay $3. They're going to cap it now, this is great. These institutions are going to drop this, the tuition's going to be dropped. In what world? Have y'all been living in the same America as us? You think the Department of Ed did this as a favor? Like, please stop. I am so tired of seeing that rhetoric. We can't live in delusion.
It's not about you, baby. It's about the money. I don't know why you can't understand that. It's not about you, baby. It's about the money.
I need that money.
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. You lazy. No more money for you.
Shout out to an ancient man with the $2. He says, the hollering is cracking me up, bro. Oh, man. I'm just trying to be above it all.
Nigga, please. Serious.
I imagine that's how passport bros feel with their non-American women hearing about the Nursepocalypse right now. One more time for the passport bros, y'all. I know you're enjoying this from far away.
Nigga, please. Serious.
Anunnaki the one, he says, shout out to Anunnaki with the 5-ball. But then Bessie Coleman never had a figure Natig because she was trained by the famous Dutch designer, aviation master, Fokker himself. I don't know what kind of white code language message that was he just gave me. I feel like that shit went hard as hell in the white nationalist bar, bro. I don't even know what you mean when you say these words. You lost me at figure Natig. Everything beyond figure Natig was a little too deep in white culture for me to follow, bro. But shout out to my man, Anunnaki, the one with the 5-ball, bro.
I need that money.
The rest of us are out here on a Saturday signing petitions, trying to fight. you know, and you guys are making videos. No, this is, you know, it's clickbait. It's not the truth. It came from the American Nurses Association on down, and every major news outlet that has read the beautiful bill and has broke it down, from People to USA Today to all the major news outlets. We're all delusional? No, please stop. You guys be setting us back so far.
Yeah, y'all set back. Where y'all gonna go now? What y'all been set back to? Y'all been set back to like factory settings? Y'all been reset? What you mean?
You know, you just have to stop and trust. No nurse wants clickbait that's going to hold the profession back and stop people from getting professional degrees because it's going to cost too much. And no institution is going to say, okay, federal loans aren't giving up the money. You know, this program was 110. We're going to make it 30,000 so people can afford it. Have they made groceries or eggs? Have they lowered the prices so we can afford it?
Hey, bro, we all about to be Nate now, Ken. A lot of them are in a bind, and a lot of us are looking like Nate right now, bro. A lot of us are looking like Nate right now. Life goes around really fast sometimes.
Like, come on now. Come on now.
Breathe, baby. Just breathe, baby. It's going to be all right. It's going to be okay. You got pretty eyes and big titties. Something's going to happen for you.
Department of Education released additional details on exactly November 24th. The U.S. Department of Education released additional details on exactly what's going on with all of this professional degree business. If you're not in the know, then let me just tell you that the Trump administration's One Big Beautiful Bill definitely said that these majors, nursing, physician's assistants, therapists, audiologists, architects, accountant, educators, social, et cetera, were not professional degrees in the context of the Federal Student Aid Commission. Today, the U.S. Department of Education actually released additional details as to what that actually all means. To summarize this so you don't have to read it, all it essentially says is that a professional degree...
You know, that's a great point. Bluff City Nurse says they're feeling the same pain men of the 90s felt when factory jobs went overseas. Is it really even analogous to factory jobs going overseas, though? But it is a similar outcome either way.
When the word and the use of the word professional is really just to define which degrees are going to be capped for graduate student loan borrowing and which are not. Essentially, they're saying that this cap on degrees is actually going to reduce the amount of student loans that students can have. We both know that a lot of students are not going to be able to pursue the degree at all because they won't be able to cover the full cost of attendance as they previously were. Although this guidance addresses some of the rhetoric that was going on with this change, it doesn't actually address the fact that there are going to be so many people who are not even going to pursue a degree because of the fact that they can't cover the full cost of the tuition. The borrowing limits will be capped at $100,000 for those degrees that are not considered professional. So that is a very big deal. I have somewhat of a solution. My name is Sade, and I've won over $200,000 in scholarships, including for my graduate degree, which was in accounting per. And first of all, I think that what we need to focus on.
Damn, maybe this is why this is why accounting is on the list. Oh, shit. I didn't want to believe it. I did not want to believe it. I was holding out hope. I was leaving my mind open for the possibilities. I'm like, why is accounting on the list, bro? What could accountants be doing so crazy that they made it on the cut? And God damn it. Damn it. I see now. They didn't taught Keisha how to count. They was teaching Keisha how to count, and they said, nope, we got to stop paying for this shit. Oh no, I didn't want to believe it. I did not want to believe. I was hoping for anything else, man. But I think they were teaching Keisha how to count, and they just did the math and were like, nope, this is just not working. Teaching Keisha how to count is not economically viable. Who'd have thunk it? I had no idea it was even a thing. Now I figured it out. This is why accounting is on the list.
Which was somewhat of a solution. My name is Sade, and I've won over $200,000 in scholarships, including for my graduate degree, which was in accounting per. And First of all, I think that what we need to focus on right now for students who are going to school beyond July 26th, when these changes are actually in effect, those people need to start thinking about scholarships.
Nothing don't equivalent. Oh God. There's a whole lot of chicks right now saying this don't equivalent, bro. There's a whole corner of TikTok that can't equivalent right now, bro. That's why I had to do the show. I had to do this show. I had to get this one out early too, because I got to go to work early. But man, the lack of equivalating is just blowing me away right now, man.
How do it equivalate?
Fellowships and all that stuff right now, like as of today. And my solution to that is to start off with our grad school money weekly newsletter. We post new scholarships for graduate students every single week on Tuesday nights in that newsletter. So that would be my first thing for you guys to check it out. And I'll put it on the screen, and it'll also be in the link in my bio. My second note is that since all of this is going to be coming into effect July 2026, that if you start your degree now, you'll likely be grandfathered in and you won't have to deal with these limits in borrowing.
That means you better get in and stay in. Do not drop out, all right? You drop out now, it's the pole forever, all right? You drop out now, there's no coming off that pole. There's no coming off that pole, all right? And there's a lot of little cute chicks in college right now, and the pole just be calling them the pole. They be laying up, sleep in their dorm room at night, and the pole just be tapping on the window. Keisha, I know you need money, girl. No, you need some money, girl. Do not drop out. Do not drop out. If you drop out, the money is never coming back. I'm telling you, don't do it. This is the last run. This is the last run. The money is not coming back. Oh, man.
Basically, what this means is people.
Damn, she look good, don't she?
You haven't heard.
Good-looking women most affected. Bad bitches most affected, all right?
The administration just changed what is a professional degree and what's not. And basically what this means is people just won't be able to afford going to school to get an advanced education. And the only thing this hurts is people. It hurts people going to the hospital. It's going to hurt anyone.
Oh, shut up. You don't care about them people. Bad bitches most affected. I see what you're doing here. Shout out to the Majestic with the $20 super chat. Found myself back to the church to be baptized in holy 40-ounce Old English. Brother. Let me give y'all an update. I actually have the church channel up and running. I'm going to drop my first content maybe tomorrow. I might try to squeeze it out today. I was working on some content and I said, fuck it, we're going to do it live. I really was. I had a whole thing about pretty girl privilege and ugly girls, because apparently pretty girl privilege is a whole, whatever. Like I said, I'm working on some church content. I will plug y'all in. The church will be up and running, officially reborn, brick by brick, like we said before. The church is coming back, y'all. I'm gonna drop some new content another day or so. But shout out to the Majestic with the 20 ball. Found himself back in the church, baptized in holy 40-ounce Old English.
Get it again. Okay, I'm going to say it again. I come in the name of Jesus. Repeat it after me, bitch. I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit.
Shout out to all the church members out there. I will be a holy man again real soon, man. Anunnaki, the one with the $10. Thank you for this history lesson. Like I said, this is deep white history here. Bessie Coleman was the first Black/Native American aviatrix. She rocked in designing and flying with the big white boys in the 1920s, trained by Anthony Herman Gerard Fokker himself. You mean Gerard Fokker of the Fokker family of Meet the Fockers? That Fokker? No. Not Meet the Fockers. Not Gerard from Meet the Fockers Fokker. No. Shout out to Anunnaki, the one with the $10. Appreciate y'all coming out and smashing that super chat button for me, man.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
That needs to see someone and they're not able to. Because, like, honestly, in hospitals, like, we rely on PAs and NPs so much. It's not just like the attending physician. We don't have enough attending physicians to go around, okay? Like, there are not enough. We don't have one for all the units, for all of the day shift and night shift. We don't, to be honest. We have lots of residents and fellows that do a lot of work.
You know what? Let me ask you a question. And this is like really, I'm thinking about the pretty girl privilege video too. It's fucking crazy. Because she's attractive, I'm suspicious of the words she's saying. If she were less attractive, would she appear less earnest? It's like, I'm looking at her like, you beautiful. I don't know what you're complaining about. It's like, you are pretty. You're just trying to gas me up into something. You're like, your life is not actually that hard. I know, Carmen. I'm thinking this through. Like, was she not lying when she was talking about pretty girls? No. She said ugly girls have a privilege because ugly girls get believed more. Ugly girls are more sympathetic. And now I'm thinking about that shit with this red bone on the screen and her lips and the hair and the glasses. And I'm like, I don't believe this beautiful woman here. Maybe there was something to the ugly girl privilege thing. Maybe she wasn't really wrong. Like, because I don't know what life is like as an overly attractive woman, right? I could never fully put myself in that frame of mind and have that experience in that body to know what it's like. And so she's saying something that's like revolutionary to me, like first time I ever thought of some shit like that. Like, are the unattractive chicks more sympathetic? I don't know. I got to think on it. I'm just thinking on it.
And we still supplement our ED and ICUs with NPs and PAs. This is just in this one setting. Without those people, less people have access to care. Even now, right now, the hospital I work at is currently in a surge. We're in a surge. There are 149 people waiting on beds. Some of them have been, I think, 60 of them.
Oh, is that a ring? That was a big old ring. That wasn't a ring. That was a ring. That was a ring. Hold up. This bitch the Lord of the Ring. Hold up. Hold up. She is the Lord of the Ring. It makes sense, though. It makes sense because those one of the ones you buy top dollar. You empty your bank account to buy one of those. You sell your boat. You sell one of your houses to buy one of those. Like, doesn't even need to be working. Like, you already got the Lord of the Ring. I don't even know what you in here complaining about this punk ass hospital for. You see, this is why you don't be believing attractive women, bro. This is why you don't believe attractive women. This bitch is low-key the Lord of the Ring here. You do not even need this hospital. You do not even need anything happen in this hospital. Don't nothing affect your real life. You can go home and just act like it was all play. Like 11 people passed away in the pediatric wing due to some mysterious illness. You just go home like it was play. Oh my God, this is the whole Lord of the Ring out here. I ain't even mad at her. I ain't even mad at him. Go and get it, man. This is the way it is, isn't it?
60 of them have been in the ED longer than 24 hours, and there are no beds. We actually have beds. There is not enough staff to take care of these people. That's what's happened. That's just gonna be. It's gonna be more of that.
See, you're a pretty girl with a whiny voice, though. I already know. You see, this is my alarms are flashing. You're really pretty, but your voice is kind of whiny, though. Like, I already feel the setup coming. I'm glad somebody else took you off the market. You're gonna be that nigga problem.
We're in a surge. There are 149 people waiting on beds. Some of them have been, I think, 60 of them have been in the ED longer than 24 hours, and there are no beds. We actually have beds. There is not enough staff to take care of these people. That's what's happening. That's just gonna be. It's gonna be more of that. Instead of 150, it may be 250 people that literally can't have access to care. They need it and they don't have access to it.
I'm going to need y'all to hold it together real quick. I'm going to need you guys. All right. Trigger warning. Okay. We don't typically do that, but I feel as though because you guys are just filthy, awful savages, and we're all going to burn together if we don't pray. But I'm going to need y'all to hold it together for this next video. All right. Don't be mean. Whatever you do.
Come on.
Whatever you do.
Come on.
Keep it together now.
Now, man. Come on.
I just had to include this.
Department etiquette there. What?
It was too funny. I just had to include this, man. Shout out to Baby Girl on TikTok. I just had to put this out here because it's too funny.
You telling me my MSW will be labeled as non-professional degree?
Yes,
the shit that I work hard for.
Yes,
blood and sweat.
Yeah, yes. That right there, yes, baby. That right there, yes.
That the hell no, baby.
It's the hell no. It's the hell yes, baby. It's the hell yes, baby. Yes, everybody getting it, bro. Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. We are taking no prisoners. Trump said I can do whatever I want. You remember Snowman? Trump said I could do whatever I want.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
All right. Trump said I could do whatever I want. Okay. Anybody can get it. Trump said I could do whatever I want. And God damn it, this is what we're doing. Car doors are locked. You can't get out.
Come on.
You can't jump out the car now, nigga.
Announcement. Come on. The U.S. Department etiquette there. What? You telling me my MSW will be labeled as non-professional degree? The shit that I work hard for, put my blood and sweat. That the hell no, baby. We're gonna fight. You got me fucked up. I think this was a joke. Do you think social work, therapist, doctor, nurse, audiologist, beat, therapist, psychologist, public health,
all of that, baby,
will be labeled as non-professional degree?
All of that, baby. All of that. I hope you heard me. All of that, baby.
Degree?
Oh no. Oh no.
Degree? Degree?
Oh no. This has to go in the clip file. This has to go in the clip file. Oh shit. Oh shit. My eyes are hurting. Oh no. Oh no.
Make it stop. Make the hurt stop, please. Like.
Oh, stop. I gotta throw that in the clip file. What? Wait a minute. I gotta email this to somebody. Hold on. I'm sorry. Give me a second here. This is too. I can't believe she really just did this shit.
Agree?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. I'm done now.
Will be labeled as non-professional degree. I know for me, for sure, I care about my community and I take action. I don't just talk. No, I take action.
Yo, this is just a gold mine.
Action. I don't just talk.
This is a gold mine. We struck the mother lode. And she does seem really fun. I don't know if I can stand it in the long run, but I know one of y'all niggas is going. You going to hell, but you going. Shout out to the new member in the church, man.
Get it again. Okay, I'm going to say it again. I come in the name of Jesus. Repeat it after me, bitch. I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit.
The Majestic, you going, ain't you? You going. That's why you in this church right now, because you got sin in your heart. You trying to clean up your spirit. You know you going. Shout out to my man J-Man with the 5 ball. So every man that went to school for a trade is above her. I mean, hey man, my Job Corps career is looking kind of cool right about now. You can't take away none of my Job Corps certificates. You can't decertify me, bitch.
No, I take action. I put my blood in the sweat to the shit. So I need y'all to put some respect on my name, put some respect to other professionals that who really doing the work, who really showing empathy. Now the one who don't, you revoke their life there. You revoke their degree. But for me and other that I know who put their hard work in the community.
She work in the community too. She probably a good worker. She probably change all the bedpans on time. Bring you little cups of crushed ice when you ask for it. She probably good money.
It's not gonna be no July 1st, 2020.
Problem is you can't never get this bitch attention because she can't hear for shit. You gotta stomp on the floor when she walking by.
26. Like I said, we will be fighting, and I will contact the NASW board and tell them to change that shit. They make me think like, wow, that's how y'all feel? And now the people who in school right now want to copy the dream and go, keep going. Because we got y'all back. Because this is not over. Okay? That like I said, put some respect on our name.
We just learned how to sign, put respect on my name. In case I ever need to use this, in case I need to stun on a deaf bitch, here it is.
Because this is not over. Okay? That like I said, put some respect on our name.
Did you catch that? Cross your fingers up, and then your index and your pointer finger, or your index and middle. Your what's that? Your pointer finger and then your middle finger, and you do like some type of chopping thing. All right, put some respect on my name. Yo, I'm about to stunt so hard on the deaf community. I might get into a fight this weekend. I'm gonna be stunting so hard on deaf people. I'm gonna find a deaf dude, give him a real hard shoulder bump. And then when he look at me and say all that, I'm gonna be like, put some respect on my name. Oh God. Damn it, you done gave me homework. This is like homework from Fight Club. Now I gotta go pick a fight with a deaf guy. This is my Fight Club homework assignment. I gotta pick a fight with a deaf guy now. I gotta use everything I learned.
Go, keep going. Because we got y'all back. Because this is not over. Okay? That like I said, put some respect on our name. Because we work hard, too hard. And Y'all be out here taking our money every year, especially if you have a license. We have to pay every year or some pay every 2 years. They ain't cheap. They ain't cheap. Okay?
Hey, man. Y'all gonna have to stop messing with her money. All right? Trump out here messing with her money.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
If you are an educator, teacher,
Let's try this again. Shit.
principal, district administrator, school counselor, school social worker, TA, paraprofessional, all the above, I need you to listen up, like immediately, because we have a code red. So if you have not been in tune with the headlines, this past week, the U.S. Department of Education has released a list of degree areas that they no longer are classifying as quote unquote professional, meaning that there are certain areas that are classified as professional degrees that therefore qualify for higher caps for financial aid and funding. I'm going to show you this list right here on the screen of these areas that used to be considered professional degree areas. And as of this past week, the U.S. Department of Education has said they are no longer classified as professional degree areas. Take a look at the list. Yes, education is on it. So I named this because I think for many educators, they are risk averse and they have been over relying on their job for safety. It is no longer safe. It is no longer safe. Being paid $50,000 in a year when you could be making $50,000 in a month is not safe.
You know what I keep looking for, and I can never find it on the YouTube. Like, YouTube is a great place to find like little movie clips and whatnot, especially if you want to like make a little video and you're adding little clips for punchlines and stuff. But there's one clip. I used to have it, and then like, YouTube kind of memory holds a lot of stuff, but the very first X-Men movie, there was a scene, I think Magneto, I forgot what Magneto did, but he got on television. He made this announcement to the world. Magneto was like one of my OGs, villain, like one of my favorite villains back in the day. Magneto was right, by the way, just so we're clear. I don't want to have this conversation again. But Magneto, he got on television and told the whole world, he was like, "You are not safe. Your children are not safe." And he meant that shit too. He could do it. I feel like we're having one of those moments right now. The women are feeling very not safe.
Has said they are no longer classified as professional degree areas. Take a look at the list. Yes, education is on it. So I named this because I think for many educators, they are risk averse and they have been over relying on their job for safety. It is no longer safe. It is no longer safe. Being paid $50,000 in a year when you could be making $50,000 in a month is not safety in these times.
You are not safe, baby girl. It's cold outside right now. It is cold outside. The winter is coming in. There's a chill in the air. Feels like it might rain. Remember that scene? This is the Dark Knight movie, and especially the character Bane himself. Almost every scene Bane was in had like an epic quote from Bane. Like when that one guy told Bane, it's like, "I paid you a lot of money." And Bane says, "And you think this gives you power over me?" And the guy says, "I'm in charge here." Do you feel in charge?
I am Dr. Erica Jordan Thomas. I'm a former teacher, former principal, now full-time entrepreneur running a multi-seven-figure business. And what I do is I help educators just like you build, grow, and scale seven-figure education consulting businesses. The week of December 8th, I'm hosting my 5-day, 7.
She's a 7-figure education consultant. I had no idea this was a 7-figure industry. Oh shit. She big pimping, ain't she now? I wonder how much of those 7 figures came from the government in one way or another. I wonder if we followed the money, where would we wind up?
Figure business school, where I will teach you the foundations of how to build, grow, and scale your business. It's completely free. You lose nothing by attending. So I want you there because these times require amazing, dope, impactful people like you to have options. And this is one of your options. So come at school in order to join me, and I'll see you December 8th.
Grifting season begins. Repent your sins. Speaking of those damn educators, this is why the education money drying up, because this is what you people do with your education money. Oh, no sound? I wasn't even back in the studio. I couldn't even tell. My bad. I'm over here watching it on the other screen. My bad. My bad. No sound. Let's run that one more again. Hold on. Let me stop this. I hate when that happens.
When Black lives are under attack, what do we do?
A call for action and fight for change.
We will not be silenced.
Community members and leaders made their voices heard in front of Allentown City Hall Monday afternoon.
Just to think that people have to go to work in fear for their lives.
Since Friday, Allentown police continue to investigate an item resembling a noose found on a city employee's desk.
This egregious act is not just an affront to one individual, but it is an attack on the entire community.
Several spoke during a rally, calling for transparency, prevention, and an immediate federal investigation among a list of demands. This incident, community members note, is not the first racial discrimination issue City Hall has dealt with. Josie Lopez is a close friend of the victim.
Now, look, the lady in question at the heart of this whole thing, it was a race hoax. LaTarsha Brown, a city employee in Allentown, PA, and a school board member at Allentown SD were charged with making a false report and tampering with evidence after it reported she found a noose on her desk in City Hall. Anyway, there was something else I was going to play for you guys. Oh, yeah, back to this.
This list of female-dominated careers will no longer be considered professional degrees, according to the Department of Education in the Trump administration, starting in 2026. I think it's January or June of 2026. Here's the list. Okay? Take a look at it. Take a look at the list. Okay? We also know that it will have an effect on funding and all kind of... Pay attention to what the fuck is going on. These are female-dominated fields. needed in necessary female-dominated fields, that degrees will no longer be considered professional? Don't we got bigger shit to be concerned about? Like, I just made a TikTok before this one talking about how he's calling for the execution of members of our Congress, Democrats.
Listen, Keisha, you already got your Crown Act, all right? You're going to have to take your Crown Act and hush up, all right? You win some, you lose some. You wanted your Crown Act, you got it. Now we're going to stop paying all your degrees. We're going to stop paying for your careers now in exchange for the Crown Act. We won't discriminate against your hair, but you won't ever actually get the degree to come and apply for this job anyway. How about that? Deal? Good, deal. Glad we had this talk.
It's like I can't scroll on this motherfucker without hearing something that he did. He did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. Why ain't this old prune, orange, shriveled up, no brain having ass motherfucker impeached yet? And he gets to say he was the president twice.
Yes, not once, but twice. D4 would like to know, is domestic engineering a profession? Honestly, if they taught domestic engineering in school, which they used to, home economics, right? If they taught domestic engineering in college, I would donate. I would donate to my local university, be giving away backpacks, giving away turkeys during Thanksgiving. I wish they taught domestic engineering in school.
That's y'all president. Y'all's.
We need more domestic engineers. That's what's wrong with this country. Our domiciles haven't been engineered properly in a long time. It's starting to show.
This is like, do y'all see what's going on? I digress. This list of female-dominated careers will no longer be considered professional.
American nurses, you in danger, girl. The Department of Education just made a
not danger. Hold up, not danger. She said you in danger, girl. Danger? Why danger?
When you think it couldn't get any worse. American nurses, you in danger, girl. The Department of Education just made a massive change that is going to cost you thousands, maybe tens of thousands of dollars. Under President Trump's big, beautiful bill, this act, the definition of professional degree has been revamped. And you know, we just got left off the list. This isn't about titles. This is about excluding nursing graduate students who could lose access to specific federal loans and loan forgiveness programs that were previously available to professional degrees. I'm sure this reinforces the stereotype that nursing isn't a real profession, and this couldn't come at a worse time. This is going to make the nursing shortage more catastrophic if people can't afford the schooling. So I don't understand what is happening out there, because again, we talk about the nursing shortage and we say, you know what, there's not a shortage of bodies, but a shortage of respect. And if this isn't a slap in the face, then I don't know what is. So nurses in America, what are you going to do about this? And nurses in Canada, don't be fooled that this can't happen here too.
Well, in Canada, they do like assisted suicide thing. Like, you know, you go to the hospital in Canada, they just give you one answer for everything. I don't know if you want to drag Canada into this.
of Education just so if you're not aware, the Department of Education just proposed a list of degrees that are now considered professional degrees, and more importantly, which ones are now not considered professional degrees. And on the not side, right, that includes things like nursing and advanced nursing careers like NPs. That includes physician assistant, physical therapist, occupational therapist, audiologist, speech language pathologist, educators, social workers, public health workers, and more. And for anyone who actually works in the healthcare field, you know that these people are essential workers and are professional degrees. So don't let social media, trick you into thinking that everybody beefs, the NPs versus PAs versus MDs versus DOs, because people who actually work in healthcare, we understand that all of these positions are very much so needed. And it's not just stripping them of their title, professional degree, that really affects them. It's the fact that it caps their, federal loan limits. And pursuing these professional degrees like PAs and NPs are expensive. And so it doesn't really make much sense. Not a lot has made sense recently, but specifically this. And I feel like even if you're not, affected by this, I'm getting my MD, so we're classified as professional degrees. You can still see how this is wrong. And personally, I don't see how this doesn't lead towards less people wanting to pursue those higher education degrees, and then leading towards more of a crisis in the healthcare system. I don't really know where we go from here, but I feel like awareness is always a first step. And so using any type of platform to speak up about how even those who aren't affected from this think that this is wrong is really important. My understanding, this is just a proposal at the moment, but could be accepted into law and then come into fruition July of 2026. And I feel like outside of using definitions of who's professional, who's not, it more so affects the funding of these higher education jobs. I feel like that's the real big implication of this. The fact that if you want to be an NP after this, you're going to have to take out more in private loans if you're not rich and can't pay for it yourself. You know what I mean? If anyone has any other resources, feel free to drop them in the comments. I'm also going to continue doing my research on this and see where this goes.
Worker, and you're freaking out about this professional degrees list thing that you've been hearing and that we're not on.
Oh, not the social workers.
However,
oh, they're coming for the social workers too. Oh God. Oh God. Someone help me.
This list is not finalized. I want to say this again. This list is not finalized. I've seen a lot of videos talking about how, social workers are not on the list, which is true. We're not on the initial proposed list. However, this is not the final list. For some background, the OBB, the Big Beautiful Bill, has changed their student loan cap. So there's an annual amount that graduate professionals are able to take out, and there's a yearly amount. So they have two categories: graduate students and then people whose degree qualifies as a professional degree. So for the graduate students, you will have a yearly max of being able to take out $20,500 with a $100,000 aggregate limit. For professional degrees, your max a year would be $50,000 with a total amount of $200,000. So because they're categorizing it with graduate students and professional students, they needed to define what is a professional student, and the proposed list, social work is not on it. Apparently, there's going to be a link or somewhere where people can make public comments. I've seen that the CSWE, Council of Social Work Education, has been advocating for us. It is concerning because, if you are going to a school where it costs more than that, then you might have to take out private loans, or you might not be able to go at all. And then in terms of just us being seen as professionals, we already have a hard time kind of demanding respect, the respect that we deserve. And so this just kind of undercuts that completely. But I just want to reiterate, this is not a finalized list. They will be putting out, hopefully, a way for people to submit public comments. It's always important to go to a school that is affordable. There's no need to be going to these schools that cost $100,000 a year, $50,000 a year, whatever. So, I think School is still going to be possible if you want to, get your master's. You're just gonna have to be really intentional about how much the program costs. This is all the information that I have right now. I will share any updates when I get them.
Okay, listen, Black women, don't panic. That's what this girl says, all right? I don't know what the answer is, but this girl right here, this TikToker right here, she says, that's what's on the screen, Black women don't panic.
Always said, one monkey don't stop no show. My daddy always said, one monkey don't stop no show. So, Black women, I want us to take a calming breath, and I want us to breathe. And I don't want us to be stressed out about these.
Let's take a minute. Let's everybody breathe. Breathe in one more time. Don't you feel better?
Nigga, please. Serious.
My daddy always said, one monkey don't stop no show. So, Black women, I want us to take a calming breath, and I want us to breathe. And I don't want us to be stressed out about these so-called changes to what constitutes a professional degree.
Yo, dead ass, bro. This broad glitching. Hold up. This broad glitching, bro. I don't even know if she real or not. I just think I did a yoga exercise with an AI BBW. I feel abused. I feel psychologically abused. I just did a fake yoga exercise with an AI BBW. I hate the future, bro.
And here's why. Because the majority of us already got these fucking degrees. We go to school and we get degrees like nobody business. We collect them bitches like we collect infinity stones. And we knew this was coming. This was all laid out in Project 2025. And we knew it. And I think just like collectively we sat down after they did that fuck shit with this election, we collectively as one.
Look at the mouth, bro. What's going on with the mouth? No, listen, I know how BBW mouths work, bro, all right? Listen, you don't ask questions. Just take it from me. You take that shit from me. I know how a BBW mouth supposed to work. And I'm telling you, all right? I'm telling you, and I am telling you, that is not how a BBW mouth works. The mechanics, the physics of it all, the shapes, the contortions. No, listen.
Like nobody business.
In all of my years of BBW mouth experience, I have never seen a mouth operate like that before. This is ungodly.
We collect them bitches like we collect infinity stones. And we knew this was coming. This was all laid out in Project 2025. And we knew it. And I think just like collectively we sat down after they did that fuck shit with this election, we collectively as one have known to be in the spirit of go get your education, go get your education, go get as much as you can. Because one thing nobody can ever take away from you once you have it is your education. Now, what it is they saw too many of us beautiful Black women out here stacking this paper, getting this money, making these 6 figures and above, and in these high positions. And they said, well, we got to do something to stop that.
Goddamn right they did. You goddamn right that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Fuck you. War.
Slow clap for the white man. Slow clap for the white man. Taking away these bitches' free money lifeline.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. You lazy. No more money for you.
Can a nigga live? Can a nigga live? Please.
It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Da da da. To get some clean, fresh air, Lord.
Now, the other portion is they want to have more white women back home, having more of their devil children to continue to populate the world with hate. But for us, it all boils down to jealousy.
Hold up. So if the white women gonna go home and have children, what are you black bitches gonna go home and do? Not have children? Do you see the diabolical reality? They blame me for pointing out their recalcitrant nature, right? You literally criticize the white woman for going home. Well, since she ain't got no job, she might as well get a man and make some babies, right?
When I die, I'ma go to Snow Bunny Heaven. Snow Bunny Heaven.
So that's what she gonna do, but not you though.
Nobody can ever take away from you once you have it, is your education. Now, what it is they saw too many of us beautiful black women out here stacking this paper, getting this money, making these 6 figures and above, and in these high positions. And they said, well, we got to do something to stop that. Now, the other portion is they want to have more white women back home, having more of their devil children to continue to populate the world with hate. But for us, it all boils down to jealousy.
So black women not gonna go home and have babies no matter what, huh? So like the sky could be falling. There could be a portal to the pits of hell. You guys remember that movie in the 80s, The Gate, where those kids like did some magic thing and they opened up a gate to hell and all these little demons and goblins started pouring out? Like, we could literally have the gates of hell open up on a downtown avenue in every black city in America. Adolf himself could come back and the 1,000-year right could be upon us, and these bitches will never, ever, ever go back and have babies. They just won't go back home and make babies and be wives again. Like, Moses could part the Red Sea, bro. And they're going to be like, I need my education, all right? God could be throwing fireballs on Sodoms and Gomorrahs. And they're going to be like, I'm strong and independent. I don't need no man. God going to kill me. God just going to have to smite me. I'm telling you, like, they just can't stop, won't stop, bro. What are we supposed to do? And listen, bro, I know a lot of y'all was waiting for winter. Now that winter is upon us, I'm going to have to give you another term to think of. Nuclear winter, okay? Not just regular winter. What you're waiting for isn't just a chill in the air. It's not just snowflakes. You're waiting for effectively nuclear winter. Okay? Maybe if nuclear winter happens, maybe you can get Keisha back. Maybe. Not really, though.
You can call me a Wayne Child all day long. I don't give a damn. You know how many Wayne Childs you got in your life? All of us.
All of us.
Having more of their devil children to continue to populate the world with hate. But for us, it all boils down to jealousy. And it boils down to not being able to take the fact that we succeed and we are smarter than them and running circles around them. So for my girlies in the nursing industry, I don't want y'all to fret. We still have time, if you haven't, to go get this degrees. And if you are a young person coming up that wants to go into the nursing field, let me give you an easier way to do it. Might take a little bit longer, but you still can get it done. Go to a community college to get your associate's in nursing degree. It's cheaper. They have payment options if you cannot get the funding that you need, which at a community college, you shouldn't need to exhaust your student loan funding. I went to a community college to get my associates. I did a fast track program and did it within a year because I was already an LPN. Now, if you haven't even got to the stage where you are an LPN, find you a technical college. Again, you're not going to have to spend all of that money to get the degree. You can get the technical college degree for your LPN in less than a year. Then you can get into an accelerated program or get into a nursing program at a community college and get the other degree within a year. It's all doable. And once you get that degree, find you an employer that will pay for you to go back to school on their dime. And they are out there. They're out there. My current employer pays for you to go back to school. All of my previous employers have in some capacity paid for you to go back to school. Guess what? I'm going to take advantage of this, and bitch, I'm going to go back and get me another fucking master's degree on somebody else's dime. So I said all that to say, don't be discouraged. You still can get this done. You still can get this money. You still can make these 6 figures. Nothing can stop us as Black women. We are always ahead of the curve in every single way. I'm dedicated.
Shout out to Carmen with the 199. You're in my prayers, hood. Thank you for that. Thank you. I'm going to need to be prayed for after this stream.
I hit a woman for the first time in my life, and I'm having fun.
I need those prayers. I need those prayers. Oh man, appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The American Nurses Association has started a petition. Please sign it. This is regarding them declassifying us from the professional category. I need all 800,000 of you that I have across all my platforms to please sign this. This is where we put our money where our mouth is in nursing. This is how we help stand up and fight for our profession. Please sign this petition. You know, these organizations are only as good as the nurses that get behind them. We have got to be a part of these organizations, these nurses associations. You can pay your $15, be a part of it, but please sign this petition. I'm going to have it in the caption. I'm going to post it to my stories, and I'm going to put it here as the headliner here for this video. Please, please sign this. Like, we have to stand up for our profession. You know, we made the call. We spoke about it. We got every major news outlet talking about it. Now it's time for action.
Right. Nurse practitioners of the world have to come together.
Good women are dead. Evil bitches, rise up!
Thanksgiving, but I have not weighed. Okay, I'm cooking for Thanksgiving, but I have not weighed in on the nursing professional debacle going on right now. I've seen both sides. Okay, one side is other nurses being like, well, we were never classified as professional degrees. Like, who cares? Like, you're mad on a technicality. And then there's the side where it's like, how are we not considered professional? We're professional. Let me meet you right in the middle and explain this a little bit better, why people are upset. If you're one of those nurses who's like, it's just a technicality, like, I don't understand why other nurses aren't upset. Listen. Pick me. Nurses, nurse practitioners, PAs, whatever. We were already not considered professional degrees. Nobody cared because it wasn't something that was talked about. We just weren't classified that way, but it didn't matter. Now that they're changing it so that you can take out less money for student loans for those degrees that are not professional. So now everybody's like, wait, what do you mean I'm not professional? What do you mean? So the issue is not the classification, because we didn't care about the classification previously. The issue is that if you're not classified as professional, now you can only take out $20,000 a year. Do you guys know how much PA school costs by chance? Do you? I'm hearing the argument, well, this will force schools to lower their tuition. No, it's not going to do that. If the intent behind it was for schools to not be able to charge as much, instead of creating this bullshit ass technicality, they should just not allow universities to charge as much. They should put a cap on how much profit a university can make. Anything but make it so that students can take out less loans. That doesn't make any sense. So if you're one of those nurses that's like, I just don't understand why anyone cares. It's fine. It's just a technicality. It's just a verbiage. It's not just verbiage. It's not. It's more important than that. And if you don't understand that, you're choosing not to understand that. School is really expensive. Yes, that's an issue. Now, to fix that issue, why would we limit how much students can pull out? Now we're just going to have less nurses, PAs, all of that. We're just going to have less of them. The schools are not going to be like, oh, we need more PAs. Let's lower our tuition. No, they're not going to do that. Hospitals, if hospitals paid for things like that, hospitals are going to be the ones that see that immediate issue, not schools. Schools don't care if no one's going through that program. Like, get it together. Okay, I'm cooking for Thanksgiving, but I have not weighed in on the nursing profession.
Oh, the Majestic with the $2. Uber hedonism. That is actually interesting timing, Majestic. I was going to share something else with you guys. It's like tangentially related to this whole nursing debacle. The Nursepocalypse is it's more than just the money. There's an entire lifestyle that goes into being a medical practitioner. You know, when you go into that hospital, that little building is like a little village unto itself, right? It's like leaving your home and being a part of an entirely different village, almost like a different family. And being a different kind of village, there are tales to be told about the village.
Bro, as a male nurse,
Everybody knows about nurses, y'all.
I promise you, the shit that you see is crazy. The amount of people that's sleeping with each other here is ridiculous. Everybody here is sleeping with each other. Everybody, right?
Shout out to Majestic with the $2 super chat. Uber hedonism, bro. We're taking them off their hedonism pipeline. You might be $58,000 in debt, but you did get piped down by a doctor that one night, and that was nice.
Bro, as a male nurse, bro, working in the healthcare field, bro, I promise you, the shit that you see is crazy. The amount of people that's sleeping with each other here is ridiculous. Everybody here is sleeping with each other. Everybody, right? And you know what the worst part is? Half these people are married. It's the married men and female on go. Everybody. Married people sleeping with the married people sleeping with the patients, married people sleeping with the single people. Everybody's doing some shit, bro. And it's weird to me. But the worst part is the married people actually has a whole community about it. This is the thing. They know about each other.
There was a whole hospital, I want to say like in Tennessee, maybe. Like some type of little medical building. Like the whole hospital kind of got fired because they were all like having escapades and hedonistic acts and group activities. It was crazy. And according to what I hear from other professionals, it goes down in the x-ray room, y'all. It does. It goes down in the x-ray room because, you know, people don't need an x-ray all the time. How often does that CAT scan machine get used every day? You know what I mean?
They talk about it and they still don't go. And I'm like, bro, I actually just heard this girl support her like friend, like, oh, there's nothing wrong with sleeping with that girl, her husband, because you know what I'm saying, as long as he take care of you and your responsibility, that ain't your problem. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn. Now how would you feel if that was you? And I'm like, bro, females are savages. And I'm like, damn, they really don't give a shit. Now, as niggas, you know what I'm saying, y'all cheat, y'all dirty, that's nasty. These girls already knew that. But it's weird to see like girls actually partaking in, and it's like, if you look, like girls really do support some stuff and they just don't talk about it. They just keep everything on hush hush.
I told him it goes down in the phlebotomist lounge, bro. Those phlebotomists, oh man, the phlebotomist, bro, blood sucking heartbeat. I'm telling you, it goes down. Goes down. Don't even want to know how bad it is. Don't even want to know. Damn. I was about to play a video for y'all, but they had too much music in it. They was about to kill a vibe. Here we go.
2 cents in. Okay. So I came into it my 2 cents in. Okay. So I've been hearing online a lot about what is proposed to be a professional degree under this new proposal that would take place or effect in 2026 by the Department of Education. What they're saying is it would generally, require a doctoral program. And here's the list: pharmacist, dentist, veterinarian, chiropractor, lawyer, MD, OD, podiatry, optometry, theology, and clinical psychology is currently under the proposal as well, but with a doctoral degree. What is not going to be considered a professional degree under this rule? Nursing, all graduate levels, physician assistants, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, regardless of if you get a doctorate in these specific areas. Audiology, counseling and behavioral health, education degrees, business degrees, psychology degrees. The PhD level is included on this list.
About time somebody did something about these goddamn black YouTube therapists, bro. I hate these YouTube black therapy niggas.
These blacks.
About time somebody did something about these goddamn black internet therapists. Getting on my nerves, always trying to therapize their way out of a conversation. No money for you, goddammit. Loving it right now.
List. They made provisions for the PsyD to be on the professionals list, but not the PhD of psychology to be on the professional list. So a PhD psychologist would be considered non-professional. STEM graduate degrees and liberal arts, public health degrees, and any social science degrees. So if you even get up to a doctorate level or a PhD in these areas, it will not be considered a professional degree. What this is going to mean is that if you pursue a degree in any of these non-professional listed degrees, you're going to get lower loan cap limits than pursuing a professional degree that was listed. So if you want to go to school to be a nurse, to be a teacher, even to get your PhD in any of these, you're going to have to kind of fund that mostly on your own.
Hey, shout out to Jacob Vassier. He says it should be 1-900 bind, Nate. No fee, no free consultations, charging by the minute. Hey, listen, I know a lot of y'all are going to be a lot more willing to make a deal. I'm just saying, I don't know what type of deals y'all going to be making. I just imagine a lot more deals will be made.
So what happened? Like, how are we here?
That's a good question.
First of all, this was...
What happened? How are we here? That is a great question. Because just a couple of years ago, it was Black Lives Matter. It was Black Girl Magic. We need a first Black woman president. Da-da-da-da. Oprah was damn near the spirit animal. Michelle Obama was running around on the covers of magazines and shit. It was a moment. It was a moment in time, wasn't it? It's like the end of a golden era. A lot of us have never actually lived through a particular golden era. And I think you could argue from the 90s to the 2000s, roughly, 2000-ish. Black women had like a 30-year golden age. Let's not even say 90s. Let's say from roughly the 2000s, right? Let's run it up to the 2000s, right? Starting at the 2000s, Black women had like 20-something years of a golden age. Like I say, the 80s were nice and the 90s were cool, but they were like coming into their own. This is why I kind of bumped it up. You know, by the time the 2000s hit, you know, you had Beyonce out there. Queen Latifah was a proud public lesbian. You know, black women were ascending to heights never seen before. Like I think we right now are at peak Black female saturation when it comes to government. Remember that whole district in Texas where it was just nothing but Black female judges? It seemed like every time there was a major incident, the chief of police was a Black woman. Like Black women really did have a golden era. It was a golden age. Culminated with the Crown Act. It all culminated with the goddamn Crown Act. It's poetic, really.
Very clearly demonstrated and explained in P 2025. So now we're like all shocked, and we really shouldn't be shocked. So the Reimagining and Improving Student Education Committee, called RISE, the RISE Committee, went ahead and reached a vote on this, or reached a consensus on this earlier this month. The RISE Committee falls under the Department of Education, and it includes a series of students, the loan administrators, colleges. This is who these people are comprised of on this committee. In the vote that happened earlier this month, only one member abstained. So the DOE now, this is a step we're in now, they plan to publish an NPRM, which is a notice of proposed rulemaking based on the votes from RISE. Once this is published, there will be a public commenting period. During this period, and even now, we've begun making some noise. Everybody's making noise about this, and everybody needs to keep making noise about this. We have not officially entered the public commentary period as of yet, but we will be entering that in early 2026, and everybody needs to pretty much make their voices heard, because the final rules will be posted and published by June 1st of 2026. Whatever list that happens by that date, that will be the new rules in July of 2026. Of note, public commentary can influence these proposals, and it will and can impact the final rule. All is not lost unless we keep quiet and say nothing. I also want to say that we do need to make noise, but it is kind of likely that this list can go through. It's just that it depends on the amount of noise that we make and the amount of calls that we make.
So the plan is to yell. The plan is to yell at people until they make it stop. If they find just the right person or the right combination of people to, like the ace, king, queen of spades or whatever, if you find the right combination of people to and you yell at them, you find the right people and then you find the right tone of yelling and screaming and whining and begging and complaining, then you know what? Honestly, that shit just might work. No lie. No lie. I mean, you're gonna act like chicks' tears ain't powerful, yeah?
We are absolutely winning right now. Absolutely. We have done more than change the conversation. We changed the balance of power in the federal government.
I mean, no bullshit. Are we really gonna act like women crying collectively won't move a mountain? I mean, it won't move the mountain, but niggas will blow a hole through that shit so the bitches will shut up. It will get something done. Something will be done just to shut the women up. It's a known fact. It is a mathematical certainty. Shout out to D4. She says, shout out to the blue collar workers and engineers that keep my lights on and water running. Oh, D, I think we like you. We got a new member over here. Shout out to D4. Welcome to the gang, D4. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you for smashing that super chat button.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
Ooh, so they're just gonna yell at people until it goes away. God damn it, it's gonna work too. 50-50 anyway.
During this public commentary period, which lasts between 30 and 60 days, anyone can make comments, anyone can write them. Lots of nursing advocacy groups, educational advocacy groups, they are doing that. Even everybody's just getting their letters together, and they must read all of these comments. And like I said before, what the effects are is that if you are pursuing a degree that falls under the non-professional list, you may have to more than likely fund more than, you're going to have to pretty much fund that. If you're pursuing a degree that is on the professionals list, you're going to have a higher loan cap. Loan cap meaning what you can borrow. You see, this is what I foresee the foreseeable future problem would be. When you put a cap on these degrees of what someone can borrow to obtain them, and we already have the shortages that we have in nursing, in the different health degrees. We have a lot of shortages. When the next pandemic comes out, not if, people are going to die. I mean, are the doctors going to become the nurses? I mean, because honestly, what if every nurse said, no, I'm not going to work. I'm going to go ahead and work for an insurance company. Or I'm going to go ahead and start my own business. I'm not going to be at the bedside. What's going to happen during the next pandemic? I mean, I'm just saying, like, what if all of these groups?
Do I have to show you footage from the last one? Do you want, I mean, do you think I forgot all the dancing that you did last time? I mean, you'll be fine. You're going to dance your way through it. Maybe dancing is the cure. Maybe if you dance enough, you won't catch the thing. You won't turn into a zombie or whatever.
Groups that don't have professional degree titles anymore. What if they just all went out and started their own businesses? I know this administration supports that. So no one to teach, no one to counsel mental health patients, no one to nurse, no one to basically manage public health. So we may not know about the next pandemic. Like, for real, what's really going to happen? What would happen if each and every one of these non-professional degrees went on strike? So we're not doing it. We all hit up the SBA, borrow some money, start a few businesses. Then what? I have a feeling that we have a lot more power than we think we have. Running and being silent at this time is not the answer. Unity is the answer. It is not red, it is not blue, it is not black, and it is not white. It is unity. That is the answer. Love conquers evil. Unity can conquer evil.
Oh, here you go with this hippy dippy trippy bull again. Love conquers all. Love conquers evil. Let me see you get that corner office with love on your resume.
These are just my thoughts. What do you think?
These girls, these girls. Oh, I hate when TikTok gets all weird like this. Hold on, I'm trying to play this video. And it is not coming on. Wait, let me try this other thing. My bad. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I think this is a better video, a better window. Hold up, where did she go? I was just looking for her. There it is.
So the list of degrees that you see right here, these are the ones that they're deeming to be considered professional, okay? And only these 11 degrees that they're going to consider to be professional if this passed, okay? And this is all Trump's idea, okay? He wants to privatize where you have to get your loans through other companies, which are going to have very strict stipulations.
Hey, shout out to Theo Watts in the chat. Hey, it's interesting you popped up just now, Theo, man. They were trying to talk bad about your conclave, bro. I had to do some defense work for the conclave. I don't even know really what's going on over there, but I just didn't like how they were throwing a lot of dirt on the whole prospect of it all, man. I had to do some PR work for the bros over there. But shout out to Theo Wolf in the building. Appreciate you coming through. I just saw, oh yeah, what's going on with a $20 super chat? True Hype, he says, when folks don't understand economics, it creates this because, for example, Ford doesn't have enough mechanics. Thus, The pay for those that go into the field is over 100,000 and rising. The pay will equilibrium happen. The pay equilibrium will happen. I think ultimately that's what this whole thing is about. There's a lack of equilibrium in a lot of our economic systems and relations here. And you can't just go through with like an axe and just cut everything equally. And you have to kind of pick little programs and areas and pull it out weed by weed. And I think Trump is taking that kind of approach. So, you know, he did the whole Doge thing. You know, he's cleaning up the immigration thing. Shout out to Trump. I noticed for like the whole year, Trump was not doing anything about them Somalians up in Minnesota. And I just know there's a lot of scamming and illegal immigration and whatnot going on. And Trump is finally cracking down on Somalia too. He's talking big shit about the Somalians right now. It's crazy. He got the Somalians on Twitter showing off how beautiful their country is. Like, bro, if it's so beautiful, go back. Don't start propping it up now. Like, Trump is on his thing right now, bro. But like I said, you kind of have to pick your targets and go at it, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there. Got to use a scalpel in one place, maybe a spoon in another place, you know, a knife in this place, a fork in that place. You can't just do the same thing everywhere. So there is a process, and I imagine there's a method to the madness, you know. But shout out to my man True Hype with the 20 ball. We got a drop for that.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
And another thing, True Hype, to kind of go back to a question earlier from, I think it was Clarence. He asked me something about how things affect the men. And I got to tell you, the prospect for male-oriented work like blue-collar, physical labor, skilled labor, the prospect for that kind of thing is actually looking really great. The projections for what America is going to need, like, we are an ailing nation in terms of infrastructure, in terms of road wear, in terms of just the types of like we need to tear down a lot of old buildings and put up new stuff. Like, there's things that could be done, and it would take men. You know, AI can't replace your roofers. AI can't replace your your electricians, your engineers, really. AI can't replace a lot of the blue collar, hands on the wrench type of jobs that men do. And I'm making a prediction. I imagine that there's going to be funneling and pathways into blue collar careers starting to open up a little bit more, because the need is going to be so pronounced that they're going to start to have to create their own like farm team, basically.
And that's it. So, which means if you decide to go to school for all the other degrees that's on my other previous video, they're going to cap it at a certain amount to where you can only get that amount. And that's it. Okay, for that year, and you have to pay the rest out of pocket. On that list was nursing degrees, all kinds of stuff, educators, social workers, everything that you need to make the world go round. They're not going to consider professional. But these 11 degrees are going to be the only degrees if this passes through, if this happens, if they let all of this take place.
All right, guys, the link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. Consider any panel taxes paid. I appreciate you guys so much. The link is in the chat. I got about an hour and a half to kill, and we're going to have to pack this thing up. I can't take this one on the road today. I just don't feel like it. But we're going to drop the link anyway. If you want to come up, we are talking about the Nursepocalypse. It is an apocalypse for the nursing career and other assorted professions. Social work, education, hell, architecture got up in there, accounting. Well, they taught Keisha how to count, so they figured that was bad for the money too. There is a lot happening with the Nursepocalypse right now. The link is in the chat. Please help me out. Try to observe all language censoring. We're trying to keep the shows relatively clean. I'm trying to be better, trying to get better at this professional work we do.
Okay, these are going to be the only degrees They're going to be deemed considered professional. That means me as an educator, I will be no longer, I guess, considered a professional, or my degree pretty much was 4 years of college and all of those things that I have to do to even my 3 certifications tests that I have to pay money for to get, and everything else was what? A slap in the face. I just wasted 4 years plus maybe 5 you can say from doing everything, and nothing happens. Nurses went to school and crying, bleeding tears because nursing school is hard.
Not bleeding tears.
That's a slap in the face, and they're gonna not be deemed professional careers.
Oh,
what the hell is going on in America? So the list of degrees that you see right here.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This gay ass nigga. You see this shit? My degree is professional, not political. You see this nigga? Get this nigga.
Want to be masculine showing, but bend over bandits.
That nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay.
Terrible work. Look at this. Look at him playing this old music. This some Marvin Gaye or something. What was that? What was that? I don't even want to play it too much. You're gonna get me a copyright. These knuckles. I try to tell you, man. I try to tell you. I tried to tell them. Y'all don't went so far with the oppression, victimhood. I got to get my justice, bro. Y'all just be looking feminized now, man. This is whack. It's terrible. Let me see what this bro talking about.
Professions that will no longer be considered professional starting in 2026 summertime. And yes, there is a list. So if you went to school to be a nurse practitioner or an
I told you winter doesn't come until next summer. Winter is postponed until next summer, y'all. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. And this ain't even the winter you want anyway. The winter you want is nuclear winter. I don't know when that's going to happen.
Advanced nurse practitioner or a physical therapist or a teacher, which is a really big one. There's a lot of other ones that are on the list that are very much so female-dominated spaces. They are saying that you are no longer a professional anymore. Your degree means nothing. All the people who have gone to school for these things and worked their butt off for 4 years or 6 years, it doesn't even matter anymore because they are changing the whole system. And this is just the start of Project 2025. I do find it weird that they're only choosing the ones that women dominate. I find that really strange because it seems like to me, they are trying to take a lot of steps backward. If you are a woman and you have gone to school for this or are going to school for this, I would definitely look into this and probably raise hell. This is not okay. But you know what's weird? They have taught us what to do and how to do it and to trust in the system for so long. And then when you actually grow up and you do it, they flip the whole system. That's just what they do.
Who's they? Who's they? I wonder what job he got. He looked like a social worker. He probably one of the male therapy niggas. He probably know D. Durrell.
That women dominate. I find that really strange because it seems it.
Damn, he's speaking on behalf of the queens. I feel you, bro. I feel you. I know, man. It hurts on behalf of Keisha, bro, don't it? Shout out to the Majestic with the $10. He says, thanks for everything you do, making me laugh through my own tribulations. You're not perfect, but you're fucking exceptional. To which I take exception to, by the way. This nigga call me exceptional, and I take exception to that. Shout out to the Majestic with the $10. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much for that, bro. Thank you, everybody, for coming through today. You guys have been dope today.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
Come on, share your dollar. Give me your dollar. Share your dollar with me. Come on.
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. You lazy. No more money for you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Nursepocalypse, and there will be no more money for these Keisha careers. No more money for the Keisha careers, y'all. It's gonna be bad out here. It's gonna be bad out here. Hey, D4, you stop noticing things. For a group that is obsessed with equality, they sure are elitist. You have no idea, do you?
No longer a professional anymore. Your degree means nothing. All the people who have gone to school for these things and worked their butt off for 4 years or 6 years, it doesn't even matter anymore because they are changing the whole system. And this is just the start of Project 2025. I do find it weird that they're only choosing the ones that women dominate. I find that really strange because it seems like to me, they are trying to take a lot of steps backward. If you are a woman and you have gone to school for this or are going to school for this, I would definitely look into this and probably raise hell. This is not okay. But you know what's weird? They have taught us what to do and how to do it and to trust in the system for so long. And then when you actually grow up and you do it, they flip the whole system. That's just what they do. They're evil people. So
how are they evil because they don't give you any more free money? You see what free money does to a nigga? Now you become evil when you stop giving it to him.
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. You lazy. No more money for you.
AP, the analytical pragmatist, he says, do you think immigrants will take over the blue collar jobs? Duh, bro. That's kind of the game. I think immigrants will take over, like, you mean like nursing or whatever? That's a different thing. I'm not sure how that works because, like, are they going to come from overseas with credentials or whatever? I don't know, but the competition is real. That is one thing we can all agree on. The competition is definitely real. Let me see what this.
That is so this is to all my nurses. That is a professional degree.
He trying to make them feel good, y'all. Shout out to the nurses out there. All right, I don't care what no Trump say. You a professional nurse, girl. All right, I don't care what no orange nigga say, girl. You a professional nurse. On God, you a professional, girl. Girl, you so motherfucking professional. That's what you gotta say when you got your hand in the back of her hair, you grabbing her by the ponytail, you bite her on the earlobe and tell her, you so fucking professional. You professional little bitch. That's how you gotta talk to her.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
So this is to all my nurses. That is a professional degree. I would never in my entire life say a nursing degree is not a professional degree. Why the Department of Education has decided that is, I don't know, not a professional degree is almost like a mind fuck. Like, are you playing with me right now? But again, this is who folks elected. It is what it is. Shout out to the nurses that do what they do. Shout out to the nurses that save lives. Shout out to
why they gotta be the booty wipers, bro? Come on, man. Does he look like a booty wiper to you? Why they gotta be the booty wipers, man? Why are you calling this brother a booty wiper, bro? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we are doing now? Are you trying to insinuate that this brother wipes booties professionally? Well, technically, he's not even a professional no more. He's like an amateur booty wiper. He's not even a professional. That nigga, he was a pro. and now he's gonna be an amateur. That nigga got knocked down to the amateur. He in the minor leagues now. How you in the minor leagues now? He used to be a pro. The nigga said I used to be somebody in this booty wiping game. Come on, man. You making me make jokes I wasn't even prepared to make yet. I wasn't even prepared to make these type of jokes, man. You done took me down a whole other avenue of roasting and comedy I wasn't even trying to do. Because I know people be, it's honest work, right? It is honest work, but you said that, the booty wipers are mad, and that's you did that shit. I'm blaming you.
The nurses that take care of people. My aunt was a nurse. She did travel nursing. Like, shout out to all the nurses, because you guys save lives. Anybody that is saving a life and went to school for it, that is more than a professional degree, period. I don't care what your political affiliation is. That is the most dumbest shit I've ever heard.
See, this feels very racial. Feels very racial, no lie. Like, the white man just gonna reclassify all these black women careers as non-professional. This is like 1929 all over again.
This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
The white man just say it ain't a professional degree and that's not professional because you white, you got to be right, huh? Because you white, you got to be right, huh? All of a sudden, all of these Keishas ain't professionals no more. All of these Keishas.
We are absolutely winning right now. Absolutely. We have done more than change the conversation. We changed the balance of power in the federal government.
All of these Keishas, they not professionals anymore, bro?
Because there are a lot of people in this country who do not like Black women, but Black women are the base of the Democratic Party.
You gonna tell me all of these Keishas aren't professional anymore, bro? Because you white, right? Because you white, you got to be right. It feels very racial to me, man.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
This is incredible, actually. It's so incredible. Oh, Clayton Bisbee with the $20. Here's pan attacks anyway. Trump ain't breaking down for these white women's tears. MAGA is the best red pill politics we're going to get. This whole movement is putting things back in perspective, and they hate it. I put 1,000 on that, bro. That is absolutely 1,000% correct. MAGA might be the best red pill politics we're going to get. It's the best we've ever had. It is the best red pill politics since slavery. I'll tell you what. You don't get any more red pill than this in the modern era. Like, I couldn't imagine getting red pillar than this is just going to do stuff I couldn't imagine they would have done. Stuff we all wanted to do. Like, what is he going to do next? Is he going to just fire all the family court judges? Oh, what if he removes that Title IX funding from family court? Like, what if he starts doing the impossible? What if, right? See, this nigga got me dreaming. You got me out here, Martin Luther the King, I have a dream night shit. Like, come on, bro. He got me dreaming. What if this nigga takes away the Title IX funding from the family courts, bro? Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
I thought I've heard some dumb shit, but saying a nursing degree is not a professional degree is fucking insanity. If you don't like what I'm saying right now, go fuck yourself. This is Chris with the Gems. So this is to all my nurses.
To all his nurses. Oh, man. Aw. Her sad music. You had to take out student loans. You worked hard and saved many lives. I am essential. Look at her. I am essential. You hear this? That's right, girl. That's right, girl. I am essential. Say it with me now. All right, I'm going to type it in the chat, man. Everybody type it in the chat. I am essential. Exclamation mark. God damn it. I am essential. All right. We are sending out positive vibes to all the embattled nursing practitioners out there. All the women feeling threatened by their lack of professional degree right now. I just want you to know, no matter what a Donald Trump says, all right, the hood conservative says you are essential, baby. All right. You are essential. All right, I am somebody. You remember Jesse Jackson? Was that Jesse Jackson back in the day? Didn't they used to say that shit? Didn't niggas used to say that shit back in the day? I am somebody. I feel like that was a moment in black culture. That was like a whole wave, wasn't it? I am somebody. Are we back to that now? That's crazy. We are back in time. I am somebody. That's right, Keisha. You tell them I am somebody. I have helped, and now I have debt. Oh man, what it do? What it do? What it do?
Is proposing to remove graduate nursing programs from the definition professional. So reaching me now is that the U.S. Department of Education is proposing to remove programs from the definition professional.
I'm sorry. Hey, nurse, who do I talk to for another doctor? No, it's nothing at all. I'm sure he's a great doctor. I can't understand him. I don't want to be in an emergency moment with him and we're having a language barrier issue. Can I get a different doctor?
Degree program. This is sad because what this means.
I want a doctor from Detroit. I need a black doctor from Detroit who's used to patching holes in teenagers. All right, can I get that guy? I mean, he could be white, whatever. I'm just saying. I need a doctor that knows my struggle. Is that okay to say? Can I ask for that? Can I say I want a doctor that knows my struggle?
So the impact to this is that nurses who want to advance their degrees in nursing,
do you find out he's legal?
Limited access to federal loans, and we know
the link is in the chat, by the way.
Forced to go for private loans, which is ridiculously expensive. You know, private student loans are very, very expensive. The interest rate is high, and not everybody can afford to pay out of pocket. So this will even worsen the existing shortage of nurses in our facilities. We're already crying that we are short of staff, and now this is going to impact it more. And for you out there saying, "Oh, I'm not a nurse; it doesn't affect me," who do we take care of?
I feel offended getting lectured to by this guy. I kind of do. Low key, I'm not feeling this guy like lecturing me about how things are supposed to go.
We take care of patients, because if you don't take care of people who are taking care of patients, how will patients be taken care of?
Ooh, that sounds like an African proverb.
We take care of patients, because if you don't take care of people who are taking care of patients, how will patients be taken care of?
Ooh, did you hear that? That was that deep under the tree wisdom right there. That was like 1,000-year-old bar. His grandfathers taught him that before he came to the new country. God damn, bro. We getting cooked by the foreign crew. And we getting cooked now by the immigrant African community. Everywhere we go is drama.
Okay, so I did my research, and the U.S. Department of Education has changed what they consider professional as a degree. And I'm going to explain to you what the old CIPs were, which is, hold on, I got to look it up. All right, it's their classification of instructional programs. So I'm just going to tell y'all what some of the old CIPs were and the things that they're now saying are considered part of their CIPs.
Well, I think I missed a couple of super chats here. Shoot. True Hype with the $20. When folks don't understand economics. Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I did read that. Mike Rowe, True Hype with the $5. Mike Rowe has been on the blue collar jobs thing for a minute now. And like Freeman said, there is going to be a golden age for blue collar work. Yeah, no, I predicted as well. And I've seen the same reports and predictions that you guys are talking about, bro. I've definitely seen these same things. Thank y'all so much for hitting that like button, y'all. Sorry, I missed a couple of those super chats on the way. There were so goddamn many of them, bro. Appreciate y'all.
But if man had to find out that his God was a woman,
I say the black woman is God, and
Black woman is God.
I say the black woman is God.
The black woman is God because, she was the first organism on this planet.
Zamani Proverbs. Hey, Ike, have you ever heard of the Zaments movement? It's this young black kid. He's like trying to do his like it's a weirdly fascistic thing, which I'm not opposed to the whole concept of fascism and all. Yeah, he wants to make an Africanized fascism, which it's a weird prospect he's going for. I like his effort. He's got a lot of guts though. But there's this kid on YouTube, and it's called Zament, like you're spelling it now. Zamani is called Zament, and I think those two words are loosely connected. That's what made me think about it. But no, it just made me think about it. I wanted to ask you about that because I like the kid. I like what he's doing. I don't agree with everything he believes in terms of ideology and politics, but it's an interesting development in like the black political dynamic. Shout out to the young black fascists out there. He's like a eugenics guy. He's pro-geneticist. He's anti the what he wants black people to be led by a productive elite class. He's on to something.
So the old ones included education, so teachers, engineering, computer and information sciences, business management and marketing, and medical residency and fellowship programs. So what does this mean? Well, honestly, it means that they're not giving out loans, specifically, like they said that they're not giving out loans that cover the entire cost of attendance. They also said that they're broadening the psychology programs that apply. So there are more psychology programs that qualify for their CIP and these new CIP codes. Well, not really new, but the ones that they're saying are considered professional. The career or degree must be at a doctoral level requiring 6 years, including 2 years, which is a master's degree. So 2 years on top of 4 years of a doctoral program. The degree must require a professional license. And now it pretty much includes 47% of current doctoral level students plus 4% of unique students, which I believe included like a little bit of the psychology degrees. So what are they actually considering the professional degrees in? Well, I'm about to read it to you. So there is veterinary medicine, law, theology, theological studies.
So you can be a veterinarian, a lawyer, a nun or a priest, which, you always do need Jesus.
Divinity, pre-theology, pre-ministerial studies, rabbinical.
You could be a rabbi too. I mean, if that's the direction you want to go. I still say you need Jesus.
Studies, Talmudic studies, theological and ministerial studies, clinical psychology, community psychology, counseling, industrial and organizational, school, educational, clinical child psychology, geropsychology, health and medical, family psychology, forensic, applied.
So they're holding out for the higher level psychology fields. Therapist is out, a psychologist is in.
Applied behavior analysis, performance and sports psychology, that's me. Transpersonal spiritual psychology, clinical counseling and applied psychology, chiropractic, dentistry. I don't know why they have dentistry on here twice. It's a different code, so I'm not really sure. Medicine, osteopathic medicine, podiatry, optometry, pharmacy administration and pharmacy policy and regulatory affairs, pharmaceutics and drug design, medicinal and pharmaceutical chemistry, natural products chemistry, and pharmacognosis. Cognosy? I don't know. Clinical and industrial drug development, pharmacoeconomics, pharmaceutical economics, clinical and hospital and managed care pharmacy, pharmaceutical sciences, pharmaceutical marketing and management, pharmacy, pharmaceutical sciences, and administration other. Oh, But technically, those are the only degrees that the Department of Education are considering professional. So nowhere in there includes nursing. Nowhere in there includes education aside from educational psychology. Yeah. So this also trickles down to the universities. Now, I believe it was during Biden's administration, correct me if I'm wrong again, that he was trying to make or not allow educational systems to go up on the cost of attendance. But at this point, they're going to have to, because students are not able to get a loan. So they're either going to have to find private funding or just not go to school because they can't afford it anymore, because they can't get a loan through the Department of Education. But y'all let me know what y'all think about it. It's really devastating to see that these are the creators and the hand holders of our future.
She's devastated. It is a little bit devastating, I guess. No lie. No lie. It's got to be a bit devastating. Jesse Lee said, go make a nigga sandwich. Shut the... Make a sandwich and shut up, huh? If only life were that simple. If only life were that easy.
If you don't have a man, you ain't nothing.
Shout out to the Majestic with the $2. Paper on the wall, ass ninjas on notice. AI is here. And that's another thing. I can't really predict all of this, but I'm sure somebody's making projections and predictions, and they're arguing that a lot of these jobs won't be economically viable to pay for these jobs anymore, because you're going to just get trapped in a loan that you can't pay back, and the government's going to be forced to pay the debt to the school. So the school's going to be made whole. The student's going to drop out with debt or graduate with debt into a job market that's drying up. And the government's going to have to pay for it on both ends. I mean, you got to imagine there's somebody looking at the numbers, and this is just what it is, you know? Shout out to the Majestic with the $2, man.
No more money for you. It's lazy. You lazy. You lazy. No more money for you.
Play the clip of Nick talking in beeps. Wait, do I still have that? I might have dropped that. Oh no, I didn't.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's just sort of like this, like, don't you think that's problematic? Like, don't you think women like me are doing? It's like, you know, listen, we don't have time for political correctness. We don't have time
It's not about
to
being politically correct. And they make it personal, too. They're not saying you've got to shit out. So many women, you don't realize, who really, really wants the best for men. Again, you might alienate a lot of people who would otherwise... And I simply don't understand this, let's sort of push women to maybe the corner in something. Is that not problematic? I do know many of your views on women, which I find abhorrent. I'm going to be honest. I have to question what kind of a person who's had no experience with women is in a position to basically promote these ideas.
Hey, what's going on? Is this Ike himself?
It is he.
Oh, well, how about that? Oh, I did not expect to hear from you today. I'm glad to talk to you, brother. What's going on, man?
There can only be one hood servitor.
How you been, bro? How you been?
I've been good. I just wanted to come up real quick. Shout out to D4 in the chat, by the way. But I wanted to come up real quick because, you've been doing this show now for a little bit, meaning, this particular stream here. And I just wanted to lay down a few things which have been implied in the stream, right? It's implied in the stream, and it's implied in the general message of your channel, right? We're talking about certain things that have to do with market forces, the freaking Chicago school style stuff, Milton Friedman, blah, 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 what you may generally call conservative type of political economy, right? And it's been implied, but I wanted to just kind of maybe lay down a few markers, because we're talking about demand, supply, and also the sources of funds by which the demand will acquire some goods or services, right? And one of the things that tends to happen is, and this is just true, that when government subsidizes something, inflation happens, right? Now, there's so many ways to kind of think about it, but it just makes sense, right? Like, hey, if I come in and I say, hey, here's guaranteed funds, right? I'm going to subsidize this thing, you know? Don't worry, hood conservative, you know, I'm going to subsidize your herb supply or your fentanyl, whatever your bag is. Your snow bunny funds, right? Then all of a sudden,
Okay, you know what? I wasn't going to bite on the first two, but a snow bunny fund.
There you go, the snow bunny funds. There you go. Because basically, what happens is when you subsidize something, you increase the demand, and then the demand is going to outstrip the supply, and then the prices go up. So people would not, if they had to pay out of their pocket. We're talking about the sources of funds aspect now. You can obviously borrow money from the private sector or banks, or you can raise money by yourself, or you can go to your family or whatever it may be. If you had to raise the money by yourselves, you would not use it to do certain silly things, like get certain kind of silly degrees and whatnot, right? Let's say, right? But if the government says, you know what, screw it, extend your childhood for a few more years on my dime. Now, the funny thing is, though, it's not really on their dime. They just guarantee the loan, and then they stick you with it at the end, right? So it's a double whammy in this case. But upfront, it's on their dime. They guarantee the institution, which is the supplier, is going to get the money, right? So the demand goes all the way up for things which would not naturally, if you will, if you're kind of like a naturalistic free market operator type person, naturally people will not swarm to these things. But if somebody says, hey, it's on my dime, they will then swarm to it. Now, what does that mean in real terms? Like since the 1980s, if we compare CPI, Consumer Price Index, right, with education, basically CPI about 4% on average since 1980. Education 7%. Someone may say, that's not that crazy, but as you know, because of exponentials and compounding, something that goes up 2% versus something that goes up 1%, right? The thing that goes up 2% is not double 1%. It's more than double because it compounds every time, right? So basically, you know what I mean, right? But just to put it in stark terms, it means that education has gone up 1,200% compared to CPI, which is 238%. That's what 4% versus 7% per year means, right? So we've established that, hey, when you guarantee the demand of something by saying, I'm going to supply it, I'm going to give you the snow bunny fund so you can go out there and get more snow bunny. Demand for snow bunnies goes all the way up. And now, obviously, the price, because you know that it's going to outstrip the supply, the price has to go up, and so on and on and on. So it kind of distorts the natural behavior of the market otherwise.
That's right where I want to jump in. It distorts the natural behavior of the market otherwise. Now, although I can follow you about 90%, because I don't know the proper definition of every term, but I understand the algorithm that you're speaking in. Now, that being said, I'm more of a blue collar guy. Like I said earlier, my internal algorithm is literally just a chain of slurs, right? So I have to repurpose everything you said to me and then now redeliver it in a way that I'm more comfortable in, which is to say that what you're describing is the idea of black girl magic, as we kind of joke about colloquially. Like I said, the last 20-ish, maybe 30-ish years in America, we almost describe it as a golden age for a lot of black women in terms of economic advancement, social advancement, political domination even. And it's effectively a bubble, is what you're now telling me. It's a bubble like Enron. It's a bubble like the tech bubble.
And you know what? You're correct. You're absolutely correct, right? And there are many ways in which for example, right? Look, there are many things that come to my head right now. But there's some bubbles, such as like the whole general empire bubble, fiat currency bubble, whereby you just got to keep on reinflating it until you go out of existence, right? And there's been no empire that has figured out a way out of that thing, right? You may know what I'm talking about there with regards to once you get into fiat currency, you just got to keep on inflating by increasing the supply. That's a certain kind of a bubble, right? There's all these other bubbles as well, but there's this particular mechanism whereby subsidizing bubble leads to more subsidizing, because what are people going to do? They're going to come out and say, hey, my student loans are they're egregious. The terms are egregious, blah, 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 blah. Hey, government, come and help. they forget that it was the government that created the problem in the first place. Now, I'm not trying to be simplistic, right? Because I understand that a lot of this kind of Chicago school type economic talk can be seen as simplistic. I'm not trying to be simplistic. I understand that there are many ways in which you can, in other words, just to say something distorts the market is not the end of the story. Maybe you want to distort the market in a particular way. You would agree, right, conservative, that, we're not just machines. Sometimes you want to choose, let's say, because we want to keep things local. We're going to say, no, 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 no. We're going to be less efficient. I'm going to distort the market because I don't want the international people to come take my jobs, right?
Well, hold on a second, right?
Right?
This is where, give me 1 second, please, because this is where, when you said people kind of don't really blame the government as they rightfully should. I think there's a level of nuance to that needs to be kind of pulled out, because the government is effectively like a collection of at least two, competing interests, right? So the things that Republicans want done and get put into policies at some point, things that Democrats want done get put into policies at some point. I don't necessarily know which side I would blame rightfully for this whole education thing. I would lean toward the left because the left-leaning culture, the educational culture in America is incredibly left-leaning politically. And I can't imagine that doesn't apply to the government as well. So I think that there's a lot of people who are in government that kind of believe in the left-leaning educational ideas and whatnot. And I do think there is a little bit of nuance. And I get caught up in left-right battles all the time because I lean hard right always. But I do think there is an avenue to at least look at that, because I'm not prepared to just blame the left totally, but it leans in that direction, in my opinion.
Yes, 100%. I find it to be less useful a lot of times to stay within the left-right paradigm, because then it tends to muddy things up, right? Because human nature exists, let's say, for example, right? And what I'm talking about regarding people reaching out to some kind of source of help and then not realizing, and then when things get worse, they reach back out to the source of help without realizing that it was that source that caused the problem to begin with. This is not a left-right thing, generally speaking, because, for example, George Bush was out there talking about the ownership society and everybody's got to own a home, right? And it seemed kind of right from a Republican standpoint, like, oh, own your home, but basically they're using the government to kind of prop up Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, blah, blah, blah. The thing blows up in your face, right? Whereby people are not able to pay back the loans. So that, you will see these things come from the left and right. And then also, just on this particular point about left, right, when you see somebody try to come fix the problem, let's say we say Elon, right? But it doesn't have to be Elon. Anybody can come through under the Doge banner and say, hey, I'm trying to cut things. And then you find that the Congress, made of left and right, will not endorse, will not continue, will actually go the other way and create the fattest, biggest pork barrel fucking spending bill after that. Then it tells you right there that there is a mechanism that is inbuilt. There is this particular freight train. I mentioned, for example, the freight train of continuing to inflate your way out of the mess of fiat currency creates for you until your empire collapses. It happens over and over in history. So to kind of keep yourself within a left-right paradigm, you'll be missing the mark, right?
Well,
because yeah, go ahead.
No, I totally agree. Not even going to fight you on that at all. I accept the terms you laid out here. What I do think, though, outside of that, maybe parallel to that, is that there is now, putting left right aside, there is male female. There's a gender paradigm to this whole situation that is it's interesting, and this is where I've been having my little fun. A lot of people in the chat have been having a little bit of a victory lap in this, and that right now, as it stands, the government consists of a lot of working men and the money that they get taxed for. And as men, we can do the math. I played the clip from The Hill earlier with, I forget the white guy's name, or I forget even the black girl's name that's his co-host, but he was explaining the mathematical reality to her, just like you were doing, right? And it's like she could get it, but she didn't want to accept that it just had to be that way. And I think that when it comes to like what's happening with the state of taxes and spending, especially on the social side, we could talk forever about foreign spending, and yeah, that's another thing. But when it comes to domestic policy, I do think a lot of men have a certain grievance when it comes to like a lot of what's happening with women's growth does seem to be almost totally government supported. And so this is just a moment.
And that's never going to change, by the way. In other words, there's a chicken and egg issue here. In other words, if you focus on the women, you're missing the point, because wherever, well, let's say there's some source of power, right? Some kind of source of power. It's a red button over there, and the red button is doing things for women, right? it will always be the case that before the red button does stuff for men, forget your society, okay? It's going to do things for women and children first, right? That's how it's going to be. That's why the whole winter is coming shit. It's kind of crazy because if winter comes for women, you're already dead, okay? If they're going to be homeless women, then men are dead. You get my point, right? Before that shit happens, that people were saying, that the ridiculous shit that people were saying, then you know what you are going to be? And it's not a question about, okay, well, let's all band together, make sure winter doesn't come. It's just understanding that, look, the red button is the problem, right? Not what the red button does, because the red button has a certain kind of procedure that it's going to take, and it's first going to favor certain classes of people, right? And it's not the classes of people's fault. It's the fact that the red button exists, and the red button is empowered to do these things. Right now, obviously, the classes of people that the red button benefits are going to be the constituents that, let's say, are the mouthpieces of the red button. But you will be mistaken if you're thinking fighting them is the source of the issue, right? You should just know right from the start that no, you're missing the mark. You don't know. You may not even know what the real issue is, but you should definitely know that going after the constituents, it's not going to solve the problem.
Well, no, and I can accept that, and this is why, to a certain degree, we can theorize things about male female dynamics and all, but in terms of solving a problem, I don't know if that's really going to win it, because, and this is why I was on a different panel the other day, and I got kind of I'm always getting jumped on for pointing out negative truths, but I don't quite see a real simple solution out of this. There's no visible path forward on this, and because we do vote, it's a democracy, and human nature isn't really left or right, but the left or the right will try to capitalize on human nature, and we're at this point right now where it's like a chain. What do you call it? The train has no brakes. We're on a course that we can't pull off of, because I don't agree with you in that it just has to be that the government will always look out for women and children first. Because here's the problem. The reason why government looks out for women and children first is because men have been separated from the idea of women and children. Women and children can never be decoupled, right? But you can decouple man from woman. And that's really what government has done. And that's kind of been the effect of having the government pay for so much things, is ultimately you have decoupled men and women. But before we ever had a problem of decoupling men and women, the idea was that the men would naturally look out for the women, because what else would they do?
Yes, you're right that there is a tendency there's an ease of decoupling men and women. And that the fact that there's an ease has to do with nature itself, right? That's the way the game is. There is a more valuable sex, and it is not men. Okay, just speaking in terms of gametes and the reproduction and whatnot, right? You get the point there. Numerically speaking, blah blah blah. You know the fucking story.
Well, I mean, even that is subjective. Even that, I wonder, and this is a total.
Of course, it is. It's subjective if you want to. If you're like a biological system and you want to continue the species. Yeah, you could definitely decide.
Yeah,
no,
it's a raw biological truth, but I don't think it's a truth in how we actually operate in terms of who is more valuable, male or female. And I'm thinking in terms of something like what the only real brutally like parallel comparison I can tie this to would be like, who's worth more, a prime male or a prime female slave? Like that type of comparison. Like, what is really worth more? Because you'll get more physical, productive labor out of the life of a man. You'll get more actual production in terms of people from the woman.
Before we go further down
here,
here,
that more you just see. It's a whole argument in terms of like who is actually more valuable.
Of course.
The government has to pay for the women, and that's the thing about the value measurement.
Simple one-dimensional dichotomy and then try to run it through every particular context and issue. Like, as a matter of fact, we started down talking about this left-right paradigm and why it's completely flawed when you try to apply it. You want to take that banner and run all the way through all socioeconomical issues. You're going to find, oh shit, there's all kinds of fucking things. I take one step further, I'm like, oh, now it's a different context. Another step further, that's why I mentioned that there's a nature, gametes, reproduction aspects to the valuability that I talked about. Outside of that, then you can say all kinds of things. But there's a reason why men can be decoupled easily from that. That was the only reason I was pointing to that aspect, right? Okay. But the thing is, more broadly speaking, regarding these kind of lines, if you will, it is important to note that the left-right line is an arbitrary one having to do with the freaking French Revolution and who was on the left side and who was on the right side of the fucking aisle, right? And that to think of things, other orthogonal lines, such as authoritarianism versus non-authoritarianism, because you can be left authoritarian or right authoritarian, right? Or you can be right libertarian, let's say, right? That's just another dimension to add to kind of complexify things a little bit and to make it more realistic. And there are many other dimensions that by which things vary in terms of just ideology. And then when you bring it down to the ground, right? Meaning what's actually happening, what's influencing things, such as, let's say, you're stuck in the fiat currency train, nothing's stopping that train, it's going to keep on inflating, right? That situation, for example, right? And you can then want to maybe talk left or right or blah, 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 but you're on that same train heading to the same doomsday, for example, then it doesn't make sense to stay on that ideological kind of amorphous, nebulous place rather than come down to the ground and say, hey, we're on this train. I don't know, society has been able to escape this train. What are we going to do? That kind of shit, right? But if I take it a step back to where we kind of started here, and I feel like I just came in here and I took over your show, but
no, I want to hear from you. No, believe me, you are interesting to hear from. So even if I only enjoy it myself, I want to hear from you, because this is a conversation I think doesn't get had with depth all the time. And so, like, I go on panels, I call it the chitlin circuit, and not everybody can speak with depth about these issues. So there's something else I wanted to ask you directly in terms of this particular policy removing, like, how do they frame it? Professional classifications from certain school programs. So therefore, the government's not going to be putting money into paying for people to get these degrees and whatnot. What is your general take on that in terms of everything you just laid out about inflation and bubbles and just economic theory? This is actually, in my opinion, it seems like an attempt to solve what you're describing, but how do you see this?
Very good. I'm going to add certain aspects in terms of the solution to the problem. And then I'm going to address this particular one, which is the market-based thing. And we're going to all round it out. We talked about supply and demand. We talk about the government subsidies. Basically, the means by which it causes inflation is that it increases the demand. I'm going to subsidize your snow bunny funds. All of a sudden, everyone, the demand for snow bunnies goes up. And necessarily, the price is going to go up for it, right? But let me take a step aside to say, look, the institutions, rather than the students, should bear some, perhaps maybe a big chunk of the responsibility for that student loan repayment. If the institutions were more responsible for the payment of it, they will closely tailor their programs such that it matches things that can actually command the income, let's say, right? Because the institution right now is going scot-free, right? They say, hey, I'm going to give you this sociology degree, this other degree, take your pick. It's a smorgasbord of degrees, right? Because I ain't got to pay for it, right? The government's going to pay for it, right? Right now, I mean, they guarantee a loan. They don't pay for it, but they guarantee the financing, right? And then you're going to get saddled with it, you, Mr. Student, right? What I'm saying is, hey, the government, or shall I say, no, the institutions should participate or partake a little bit of that responsibility, right? And it will change that market behavior, right? Because we're talking about the behavior of market participants and the distortion of that behavior. If you don't put responsibility, is what they call a moral hazard, right? If you don't put the responsibility on some kind of institution, some agent, then they're going to do things in a certain way, right? So saddling the student with the repayment of the student loans, and in a particularly egregious way where you cannot dismiss it even in bankruptcy and on and on and on, right? Is crazy when, we're talking about, people who are like 18 years old and whatnot. Meanwhile, the institutions get to go away scot-free. So I think that should be an aspect for sure, because it'll change the kinds of things that they're doing. Secondly, this notion of, I'm going to limit the amount that somebody can borrow. Okay, what will happen is it'll start from the demand side. Some people will drop out from pursuing that particular degree. Maybe they go for something else because they're like, hey, you know what? I need more of that money, and hey, maybe I'll be able to pay back more of the money. Now, the choice to begin with, meaning the ones that have been decided to be, professional, less professional. And by the way, that word professional is just like if it's going to hurt people's feelings and people are going to get annoyed by, well, okay, just call it all professional, but there are going to be some, and it's going to be based on what we consider to be more income generating such that it can pay back the loan, right? Those ones, that'll be the line. Fuck professional, non-professional. But there's going to be a line drawn in the sand that says, hey, if you're going to go over on this side of the line, the less and less money we're going to give you, right? Hence, the demand, the artificial demand is going to dry up in that area. And the overall, shall we say, cost of inflation is going to come down as well, because the supply is going to need to respond to the demand.
Eventually, that's what you expect to happen. I don't know if it'll just be a quick one-for-one, like flipping a light switch, but that's generally the pattern. This is why supply and demand is a thing. It's a law of, you know, human activity, basically. I wonder, I don't know how much of this is your wheelhouse, but I wonder if you have any sort of predictions about like the social dynamics of this sort of policy, because again, you know, talking about the black girl magic as a bubble, so to speak. I mean, we're going to wrap this up in a second. I got to get out of here in a minute, but I want to close on this question, I guess. Speaking of black girl magic as a bubble, and if the government is attempting to burst the bubble at this point, do you have any idea how it will look socially? What would be the impact on this sort of program? Because I think this does affect a lot of women, maybe more than I can properly quantify just at a glance, you know?
So when you know, I think that especially in spaces like this, people have a focus and then they have blinders on and they're looking at a particular kind of gesticulation of a loud constituent. Let's say it's black women, right? They're vocal and you're focusing on them. But the truth is there's a bigger problem that needs to be solved here, right? Because generally speaking, you have massive inflation in one particular sector. You have a particular cohort of people, millennials and whatnot, saddled with ridiculous amounts of debt, in addition to the other aspects of the problems which we have, for example, such as, you know, real wages not increasing since the 80s, right? You can even say since the 50s, because real wages that, you know, compared against, you know, like inflation and whatnot, we understand, we know the statistics, we know the figures, the age of first-time home ownership going up and up every freaking decade, right? And, you know, the millennials doing less well than the previous generation and all these things are going on. And then you have this particular issue where you're saddling people with debt, right? That needs to be solved, okay? Whether or not, you know, Keisha, this, that, the other, whatever. And it's not because of, it's not, the bubble something needs to be rectified, okay?
Well, let me tell you why I keep tying these threads together. And I know they may seem far apart sometimes, but this is why I tie them together, because all through my years at this point of having these different discussions and gathering more and more information about the reality of things, I've come to accept certain things. Like, yes, there is male nature, there's female nature, and, you know, nobody's a perfect being. We're more perfect together than apart, you know, if I'll be that poetic about it. However, I think the current crisis between men and women, because that's what I do talk about a lot over here, is like, you know, gender war, male, female stuff too. And I get into the politics of it all, because ultimately I think the language that you spoke describes the problem a lot more accurately than just niggas ain't shit and bitches ain't shit. This is a far more economic problem than it is a romantic problem, in my opinion, when it comes to like what's happening between men and women.
Yeah, let me put a capstone on something and then I'm going to say something else. Maybe I'll say the something else first. The something else is to agree with you when you mentioned the economic problem. I will take it a step higher and say that typically my view tends to be view in terms a structural view, meaning it is never what people are saying. It is never an ideology that is causing things to happen. Like, the reason why houses are being built in a particular way is not because somebody has some idea of what is called modern open space, blah, blah, blah. No, it has to do with the cost of extracting certain kinds of materials. It has to do with the cost of craftsmanship. It has to do with making things somewhat efficient. And you know what? Particle board is efficient to supply and ship from China, blah, blah, blah. Hence, your house looks the way it looks, right? Same thing with all these kinds of political things. Now, they'll be downstream from, let's say, the invention of the pill, or the invention of the toilet, or the invention of all kinds of things, right? Or let's say World War II, or the barbarians over the gate. So these structural things, if you will, which then tend to reflect on one of the basic structural layers that we tend to, as far as social sciences goes, is what we call the economic structure or the economic layer, right? So you have stuff happening, the barbarians coming over the gates, and then it's going to change the economy, and then that's going to change social interactions, right? And then people are going to write something about it, right? What people tend to do is they'll go look at what people write, like, oh, this postmodernist wrote this thing, that's why this is happening. It's like, bro, no, take 4 steps back. Okay, it was a structural thing, meaning a real thing, something in space, time, and causality plane that fucking happened. And then all this stuff is downstream from it. So that's just my general kind of agreement with the fact that when you look at something from an economic standpoint, then you're getting closer to a place where you actually have the ability to affect change, move gears around. Because you can talk to you blue in the face ideologically, thinking that you're moving something, but you just freaking masturbate, So that's 100% true. It's been fun being up here and whatnot. I 100% agree that this is a step in the right direction. But as I alluded to, the other things that could be done, such as making the institutions responsible for the product that they're selling, because these guys are selling you something, and you're saying it costs this much. The calculus that you're making is that it's like buying insurance, right? Let's say a degree is like insurance. I'm going to buy this insurance because if I buy it, it's going to make sure I don't fall through the cracks and become a freaking homeless person or working at Chipotle counter while owing $75,000 that I cannot pay back, right? So these guys are selling you the insurance, right? But the insurance doesn't pay off, right? So it seems like somebody should tell them like, hey, or somebody should structure things such that they're going to give you the insurance that actually pays off, right?
Well,
They're not going to be telling you these fake things. Go ahead.
How do you think that's supposed to look like? Because at least one woman that I heard talk about that directly, and it was on the Hill, was the Black female co-host, and she was basically saying that the government should just force them to, charge a certain whatever. And I'm like, sounds like price controls or whatever. Very, very dangerous territory you're getting into. So how would you approach that type of problem?
Yeah, so I recall the woman also saying, well, then you just put a price cap on it. It's like, it's obviously I don't like those kinds of things because it's increasing the power of that red button again, right? The red button that causes the problems, because typically people go and appeal to the red button. If the red button has the power to put a price cap on things, that's not the kind of power you want. You have all these different constituents that are going to go there and further distort the market in ways which we do not completely understand, and have all these weird feedback loops, and the market being a complex system is going to come and screw you in the butt, and then you're going to go back to the red button, and the red button gets bigger and bigger and swallows you up, and you die like the big red giant the sun is going to be in a few billion years. So I think that the way it should look is there should be maybe some little bits of trade-off. Like, let's say the government says, hey, you know what? I'm going to fund you more. Like, for example, I think the Trump administration kind of removing funding from like Harvard or certain kind of universities, pending or contingent upon certain kinds of things, right? That is a leverage that they have, right? And they can say, hey, I think that there's too much inflation in these particular courses here. What's going on? How come you guys have gone up 1,200% when CPI has gone up 230% since the 80s? You guys are orders of magnitude higher than everything else, right? And we know why. It's because government subsidies are increasing the demand, and therefore blah 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 blah, right? So the government can say, okay, because the government is already in the education game vis-a-vis funding. They can say, okay, I'm going to increase my funding so that you guys don't complain about ABC and whatnot. But you guys are going to need to take my strictures regarding the bloated administration in your institutions, which is a big part of the reason why the costs are so high. And you guys are going to need to also take my strictures regarding how much you can charge, right? So it's not like I'm completely against the government having a say in that regard, because they're already in that game, right? But this is one leverage that they do have in that way. But the market one is the biggest aspect. You cannot go into the market, subsidize things, right? Which would then increase the demand. Demand outstrips, supply. Demand outstrips the supply, and then the inflation goes up, and then you just continue to re-up on that process. No, you got to stop it. You got to make it such that the actual capital markets, right, which are very smart, right? Capital will allocate the money to the things where it can get paid back, right? It'll actually buy the insurance where there's going to be a payoff. And in this case, the insurance is a degree and so on. So I think that the market aspects, the holding institutions responsible aspects, and also other kinds of leverage like the government already has, because the government already pays some money, either pay more or withdraw funds in order to change certain behaviors, reduce the bloated administration, and so on and so on and so on. But that's my spiel. I'm done. I've talked too much. I gotta go.
Well, it's good. It's great talking to you. Thanks for coming up, man. And you're welcome to come up anytime. I drop the link most of the time when I do these shows. Freeman's Journal. I want to get you up in here. We're gonna wrap this up in a minute. I'm glad you came in, but we're at the tail end of Freeman's Journal. What's going on, man?
Hey, no problem. I have a very, very simple point, right? All you got to do is get rid of federal student loan guarantees, and this fixes itself instantaneously. That's it, right? All of it gets fixed because you don't get to, you get the right market signals, right? And then you will be charged accordingly. That's it. So if you are, what is it? Your degree is mechanical engineering. You got a 4.0 GPA. You'll get the lowest rates possible, right? If you're an English major with a 2.5 GPA, and you know you're going to pay more, right? It's going to be prohibitively expensive, right? That part of it is going to, that part of it is going to also filter for talent, right? Because if you don't have a good GPA, you're going to pay more, right? It's going to be too expensive for you to be mediocre, right? You have to be actually excellent to get a lower rate. I mean, it's real. It's just super simple, man. That's all you got to do. And this all weeds itself out.
I think it seems like in the last couple of years that Trump has, as you know, presidential authority and whatnot, he's attempting to try to do some of these little things. You know, I said the other day, you know, I probably give him 60-40 on, you know, on the positive, right? 60-40 in this whole thing so far. And it looks like he's attempting to make some of these steps. Like when it comes to this educational thing, I mean, even when we're just leaving like the whole woman thing off the table, that it seems like the education system is just economically out of whack. Because I just did a great job explaining, you know, interfering with the market and creating inflation. It's like intentionally creating inflation. And so at some point, you know, either the bubble bursts unexpectedly or you got to let the air out.
Yeah, I mean, the bubble's been bursting, right? In a free market sense. If you remember, maybe about 20 years ago, employers were giving college graduates aptitude tests, right? Because they didn't know anything. So the market has already factored in the fact that these degrees aren't worth all that much, right? The linchpin holding this all together is the federal student loan guarantees. Once that goes, it's all over with, right? And then obviously the sex most affected will be women, obviously. And you know, it'll be more of a return to normalcy.
Well, I don't know how much more of a return to normalcy that means, because like, and this is what we were talking about, like, and I said this before Ike even came up, you know, we're expecting the winter to come, but this isn't the winter you're waiting for. You're waiting for nuclear winter, because like I don't know that this alone is sort of going to be the thing that like breaks the social stoppage that we're having right now between like men and women, but it's a good move.
Well, what do you mean? You mean just getting rid of federal student loan guarantees?
Yeah, it's a good move. It's definitely a move in that right direction.
Oh, well, I mean, there's many facets to a thing, but all of the different facets are kind of pointing in the same direction, right? It's not you know what I mean? It's not a one-stop shop, right? So, you know, this is another facet would be infrastructure. Like we have to have infrastructure. Like we have to. It's not a choice anymore. If you know, like I've been detailing, it's, you know, we're down millions of tradesmen. So the economic winds are going to have to blow towards men. It's just, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about that. And simultaneously, right, you pop the education bubble. What do you have? You got a lot more housewives.
I mean, how many phlebotomists do we really need anyway?
Exactly. It becomes, I mean, and here's the thing, even if you pop that bubble, all all professions are up for grabs. All sectors are up for grabs. Even sectors that are dominated by women, you're still going to have men that are going to excel in them.
I
Right?
think that's what's really going to happen. I think it's more about a leveling of the playing field, and not that there will be no women in the game, but I think what happens with, especially with the college thing, there's just way more women to compete with. So therefore, there will be way more men who are now out competing, because I think women get a little bit of a thumb on the scales too, and we're just kind of removing the thumb on the scale. And once you do that, men will kind of win more naturally, I think.
Yeah, even look, man, when I worked at a hospital, all the highest paying and managerial jobs, like half of those were men. Right? Well, the highest paying nursing positions were mostly men. Like the managerial was like half men. You know what I mean? Even though like 90% of the nurses are women. I mean, that's just what happens, you know? And so here, highlight that comment from Creative. Yeah, this is scary. If school is for learning and allow people to find some. That's how we got to this problem, this kind of idiocy.
That's what your social worker told you. That's what your what's that job in school? This counselor chick. There's that one job in school. She's like she talks to the students about their careers and shit. It's like the school social worker, basically. Like that's the type of shit that she tells you. That's not what this is for. School is about learning skills to be productive as an adult. The guidance counselor, thank you. That's what your guidance counselor told you. The guidance counselor was a lesbian with a ball. Well, my guidance counselor was a 5-foot lesbian with a buzz cut, so she didn't say anything worth listening to.
Quick question for the future. How does the culture escape assigning any blame to the cohort of people that made the most money off of the education line? Bro. Which would be the college administrators and the college professors.
Don't even get me started on the product they're producing right now. Like the kids can't really read well. And I mean, school is basically an activist camp at this point. I don't even know what they've forgotten the concept of education, like the 3 R's and all of that. They don't really focus on that anymore. You see the video I played, they're turning the kids into little Obamaites and stuff. They're making activists and soldiers now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, at the secondary level. I mean, but like at the college level, like these people are legit rich. You're talking about a 2 professors, right? That got married 20 years ago. Their house is paid off. Their house is worth quadruple, 10 times what it was worth when they bought it back in the 80s or 90s. And they're going to retire each of them to 6-figure retirements plus healthcare, right? That is like winning a small lottery. And that is multiplied times tens of thousands of people across the country, right? But no one ever says, F these administrators and F these professors, right? They're the ones holding the bag. They're the ones that got paid, especially administrators.
Listen, everybody wants to eat the rich. You need to eat your teachers and principals, right?
Exactly.
Try that for dinner.
That is the culture that was telling you to go to college, and they're sitting there laughing their asses off in the Bahamas.
Freeman's Journal, we're gonna wrap this one up, man, because we're scaring creative. We don't want to scare the new girls. Between all the money drying up and the Joker thumbnail, I know this has been a terrifying show for a lot of the girls out there.
Better put your fucking chin strap on. The church ain't for the weak.
Hey man, creative, you gotta get you a man to hold on to. You'll feel better about life.
Helping the community. What community?
Yeah, this ain't the mother channel's creative. Anyway, we're gonna wrap this one up, y'all. Yeah, shout out to the panelists that came up, man. It took y'all long enough, bro. I was up here drowning, man. I had to keep going. I was about to quit. I was about to hang it up. I said, I guess niggas don't want to talk to me today. It's cool. They be fat on turkey. They all talked out. I get it.
Hey, I had to run some errands, bro. I was listening to you in JCPenney.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a crazy place to listen to this type of content. It's all peaceful in there. Soft music playing on the speaker. Oh, bro. All right, listen. Thank y'all so much for coming out today. You guys have been crazy, crazy generous. I appreciate you all so much with the donations. The money is drying up, so it's good to know you can still make money the honest way. Begging on YouTube, they call it e-begging, right? That's what we do.
Give me the money. Give me the money for all that I would do. Give me the money.
When I use a little kid with a gun, I feel less like a beggar. You know, I feel like a taker. You know. It's all how you look at things, you know. Shout out to the e-begging, but thank you guys so much for supporting this stream today. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. We are officially in the Christmas holiday season. I'm not even holiday people. I'm gonna try to find Christmas cheer though. I'm gonna try to do. I gotta be a holy man. You can't be a holy man without Christmas cheer. So, new content coming out, new channel about to be started. Thank you guys so much for hanging in there with me all this time. We are done, y'all.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, goddamn I'm not. All right.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.